Okay. We all ready? Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Before we start, I'd like to familiarize you with a few of our rules and procedures. First, the applicant or applicant's representative will be called to the podium to state their case. After that, anyone who wishes to speak on that case, either for or against, will be given the opportunity. Everyone gets a chance to speak, okay, no matter how long it takes. When everyone has finished speaking, the applicant or applicant's representative comes up again for the final presentation and to close the case. Please remember, this is a legal proceeding, and we have a court reporter here, and she takes the minutes, so please don't call out. Wait your turn, as she can only take one statement at a time. Would you all please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can we call the first case, please? 11. Oh, the postponements. We have one postponement. Let me just check it. 10. It is number 10, hearing number 10, Appeal 25-250, MJM Realty 2 LLC at 107 Stewart Avenue, Hicksville. Is there anyone here for or against this case? Anyone for the case? I see no one, so, okay. So we will proceed.
Taking out of order?
Yes, we're going to start out of order with number 11. They have to be so.
We're starting with hearing number 11, appeal number 25-323, Mary Nguyen at 24 Lenox Avenue, Hicksville.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the board. Appearing for the applicant, Robert Litt, the Litt Law Group, 66 North Village Avenue, Rockville Center, New York. This is an application of Mary Nguyen for variances required in order to legalize existing conditions at premises 24 Lenox Avenue in Hicksville. The premises under application is located on the northern side of Lenox Avenue, 220.8 feet east of North Broadway in Hicksville. It has a street address of 24 Lenox Avenue and is also known as Section 12, Block B, lots 114 to 117 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The premises is developed with a two-story frame and masonry single-family residence and a detached two-car garage. The property has dimensions of 80 feet in width by 100 feet in depth and a lot area of 8,000 square feet. It is located in an R1-6 zoning district, which requires 6,000 square foot minimum, 60 lot width minimum. At this time, I would like to submit to the board color photos depicting the premises from the front, side, and rear, as well as photos showing the neighborhood properties and overall neighborhood. There should be enough copies for everybody. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm short one. By this application, the applicant seeks the following variance approvals. Number 1, existing reconstruction of an existing dwelling to create a 54.6 foot by 41.3 foot dwelling on a partial new and partial existing foundation exceeding the maximum permitted building coverage of 28%. Its existing building coverage is currently 34.26%. Number 2, the existing reconstruction of an existing dwelling to create a 54.6 foot and 41.3 foot dwelling on a partial new and existing foundation exceeding the maximum permitted gross floor area of 3,350 square feet, where the existing gross floor area is 4,594.7 square feet. It should be noted that in 2023, the town code was amended to require that all basements with ceiling heights of 7 feet or greater will count towards the gross floor area. The basement of the premises here is approximately 1,214 square feet and was existing prior to the 2023 amendment. If we remove the basement from the gross floor area equation, then the square feet of the dwelling prior to the amendment would be only 3,380.7 square feet, or slightly higher. And number three, the existing 6-foot-high PVC fence exceeds the permitted height across the front yard. Fences exceeding 4 feet in height must be set back at least 23.3 feet from the front property line. The fence description is an existing 6-foot-high PVC fence beginning at a point near the southeast corner of the dwelling, fence running south 3 feet to a point and meeting up with the code-compliant fencing. As can be seen in the photos presented to the board, the fence in question is located forward of the dwelling. It is blocked by shrubbery and does not in any way hinder the view of any of the neighbors. In fact, the adjacent neighbor's driveway is on the side of the neighbor's house opposite where the fence is located. This can be seen in the 6th picture. This applicant purchased the property back in 2010 and has resided there with her husband and children since that time. The home is in its current configuration when purchased. The application before you tonight was necessitated upon the applicant seeking permits for various improvements to the property, some new, some existing. This included items such as new pavers and new roof over porch in the rear of the premises. The applicant's architect, Mr. John Riley, will be here to answer any questions regarding current and new construction that the board may have. It should be noted that the applicant's proposal is in line with the character of the neighborhood and that many of the neighbors have indicated they have no objections to this application. I'd like at this time to present to the board petition signed by the immediate adjacent neighbors and those within a 100-foot radius in support of this application. With the original signatures. Thank you very much. The property abuts to the rear of the property of the former Sears store. Respectfully submit that there's no adverse impacts will result. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Riley, who is standing to my right, to my rear. He's the applicant's architect to answer any questions regarding what's to be maintained, as well as the new items to be constructed, as well as Mr. Peter Nguyen, the husband of the applicant, who's also to answer any questions the board may have at this point.
Before you do that, I just want to ask a question concerning the fence.
Yes.
It looks from the pictures that there is no blocking of a view of traffic, that it would not be somebody coming out of another driveway not being able to see because the fence comes down that low. The fence is back far enough.
Yes,
that
it is. Yes,
correct?
that is
Okay.
correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please speak. Anybody else?
Let's talk about the basement again.
Excuse me?
The height
Well-
is,
It's over 7 feet.
it's over 7 foot.
I just have to swear Mr. Riley.
Oh, I'm
in.
so sorry.
Promise to tell the truth, sir, during these proceedings.
Yes, I
If you
did.
would put your name and address on the record for the stenographer.
John Riley, architect, office at 70 Main Street, Huntington, New York, 11743.
Thank you, sir.
So what do we have in the basement?
He's got just basically an open rec room. He has one very small bedroom, and there's a 3-piece bathroom down
So your
there.
bedroom, 3-piece bath.
Yeah.
Do we have egress windows?
That's part of the application, is to put in new egress windows to address that.
Okay. One egress and two
Good, okay. None there.
in the front.
Yeah.
Mook, do you have any other questions, or?
Where's the elevation?
foundation? No. Yeah, where's the foundation? I'm just trying to figure out the new foundation.
Oh, yeah, it's clearly shown on
Yeah.
there.
Let's take a look. Coming across the back. This is brand new? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so it's off the side, so it's coming over. Got it.
So while they're looking at that, how many bedrooms and baths altogether?
This is here. But why is it
One,
the same as it's there?
2, 3, 4, I think, upstairs,
I see that
and,
piece right now.
and that one down in the basement.
So I'm
I
just
think there's
curious.
5,
This
if I
is the
remember.
closest it sits right now.
So you got 5 bedrooms,
Yeah.
and how many baths?
I'm just trying to figure out that.
1, 2, 3, 4 and a half bath, I believe. I'm going off memory, so if I had the drawings, I could tell you exactly.
And the one in the basement is a full bath?
Yes, it
They're
is.
calling it
It's a shower, toilet.
Okay.
partial new and partial existing. Where, can you just tell us where the new foundation is versus where the existing
Would
is?
you like me to come around?
Yeah, can we do that?
No,
Yeah,
he's, oh, again, okay.
just trying to understand. Yeah. Seems harmless, huh? Good evening.
This is, when I do that, that's existing.
That's existing, okay.
This becomes new. And I determined this by looking at the Nassau County records in order to determine where the footprint seemed to have been originally versus.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out from elevation. Oh, sorry. This way, because the elevation only seems to be different than what's existing now.
This is that one story that comes out on the side. If you look at the photo detail. That's this part right here.
That's this part now? Oh, okay, but then it's not, right.
I'm not really showing it.
Yeah, okay, so this is existing.
It's there now, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm showing it new, but only to represent what the changes were.
But it's not,
That I found.
you're not pouring,
I'm not pouring anything new.
that's what I'm asking. Okay, so
Okay.
it's all existing.
It's all existing.
Okay.
The only thing we're proposing is.
So you're not changing the footprint?
No,
No, just because our
Could you-
indication is partial new and partial existing.
Since this is a, excuse me, since this is a public hearing, could you make that statement
We appreciate
at
it.
the
Thank you for
microphone?
coming up.
That it's not changing the footprint?
the question is with regard to the foundation.
Yes, please.
That we are not changing the footprint. We're just showing on the drawings a representation of what the increase in the size of the footprint was. But there is no new concrete to be poured. It's existing as it is today.
Okay.
And the only real things we're proposing was a small roofed-over deck in the back and some egress windows.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you.
thank you. Anybody in the audience wish to speak? Any more questions? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision?
Decision of the board will be mailed to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for accommodating me
welcome.
this evening. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Condra, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, on to hearing number 1, appeal number 25-99, Ernest Libo at 46 Florence Avenue, Massapequa.
Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Lokianis from Mark Anthony Architects. Our office is located at 1563 Belmar Avenue in Belmar, New York. I am here this evening on behalf of my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Lebo, who are the owners and occupants of the subject property located at 46 Florence Avenue in Massapequa. I would like to mention that Mr. and Mrs. Lebo are here with us in the audience. We are here this evening as a result of an application filed with the building department to maintain the second-story deck, front roof over stoop, AC unit, and existing 6-foot PVC fence, as well as existing shed. The existing 7x7 shed does not have the minimum required side yard setback of 8 feet, having a side yard setback of 3 feet, for which we are requesting relief of 5 feet. Additionally, the existing second-story deck does not have the minimum required side yard setback of 8 feet, having 5.8 feet on the west side and 5.7 on the east side, for which we are requesting relief of 2.2 feet and 2.3 feet respectively. As a result, the aggregate is also affected, having an existing aggregate side yard setback of 11.5 feet where 20 feet is required, for which we are requesting relief of 8.5 feet. The deck also needs relief for the 21.9-foot existing rear yard setback where 25 feet is required, for which we are requesting relief of 3.1 feet. The existing AC unit has an existing side yard setback of 2.6 feet where 3 feet is required, for which we are requesting relief of just 0.4 feet. And the existing second-story deck and front roof over stoop exceed the maximum permitted building coverage of 25% in an R17 zone, having an existing building coverage of 34.9%, for which we are requesting relief of 9.9%. Lastly, the existing gross floor area of 2,665 square feet exceeds the maximum permitted gross floor area of 1,800 square feet, for which we are requesting relief of 865 square feet. This property is located in an R17 zone where the typical required lot sizes are 7,000 square feet. This property is 4,000 square feet, which is nearly half of that requirement. Should the property have had the 7,000 square feet for the standard lot, we would not be required to go in front of the board for GFA or lot coverage, as we would have plenty of room to spare. The property is very much in character with the rest of the neighborhood. I can say that both professionally and personally, as I live a few blocks away. Mr. and Mrs. Lebo were looking to make sure that all of their affairs are in order, and as a result, wanted to ensure that they had the proper permits for everything. This started with a permit for just the deck, and then they were made aware that additional permits were needed for the AC unit and the roof over and the fence as well. Those are our only requests. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone on the board have any
You know,
questions?
you know how long the deck has been there by chance?
I believe since 1996.
Any neighbor consents, do we know?
We've spoken with the neighbors. A lot of them called after they received their letters in the mail. They said that they would come, but we said it wasn't necessary. They were fine with everything.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anybody in the audience wish to speak? Okay. Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision?
Decision of the board will be mailed to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing number 2, appeal number 25-359, Malgorzata Debach at 60 West Shore Drive, Massapequa.
Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Sean Barrett, Architect, Office 1049 Park Boulevard, Massapequa Park, New York, 11762. Good evening. Before you representing Mr. and Mrs. Davac, the property is located at 60 West Shore Drive in Massapequa, and it is R110 property zone. We're proposing a 16-foot by 32-foot in-ground swimming pool with an 8-foot by 8-foot sun deck. Pool's in an L shape. The pool and the sun deck do not meet the minimum 10-foot side and rear yard setbacks as required by the code. We're proposing a 5-foot and 5-foot setback respectively off both the rear yard and the south side property line. If we were to locate the pool and sun deck in a compliant location, it'd be very close to the pool equipment, the residence, and the exterior steps leading to the rear yard. We feel that it would be a safety issue for their children. Even though we're showing a safety enclosure for the pool itself, but per the code as a fence around the property, they do plan on putting in an additional safety fence inside the property, outside the pool area. So approximately 5 foot off the pool edge, there would be another safety fence within that setback closer to the home. There's also a deck on the opposite side of the property, as you can see in the site plan. So that area It doesn't leave much room for the pool on that side. That's why we proposed it on the southeast corner of the property. The drawing I presented to you, it shows what we are proposing and what would be compliant. So if you see in the proposed is the area shaded gray. If you see the dashed area, that's the compliant location. Because of the shape and the orientation of the pool, you can see it really restricts the access from that side. That's going to be the main access into the yard, where the pool equipment is and the deck, the steps and the residence. It's only approximately 4 feet off the house. I'd like to also note, this board approved another application for a similar location, 5-foot setbacks off both the side and the rear, April 17, 2025, under Appeal 25-97, and that property was also located in our 110 district. Lastly, we're here to amend a specific plan, 16-294, under this appeal. So I'm here for any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board?
We have neighbor consents?
I don't.
But the cards were sent out.
Everybody was saying this.
Anybody in the audience wish to speak? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will be mailed to you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Hearing number 3 to be heard with hearing number holdover 2, Ricky Demaracos, 151 Sunset Road, Massapequa.
Council Jones proceedings.
I do.
Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Cole Gartmayer from Long Island Perfect Permits, 124 Front Street, Suite 205, Massapequa Park, New York, 11762. An agent representing Ricky Denrakos, owner of 151 Sunset Road, Massapequa, New York, Section 66, Block 51, Lot 3. This property is in an R110 zone. An application was filed for a proposed upper-level addition and maintain an existing shed. The existing shed does not have the minimum required side yard setback of 3 feet. The shed maintains a 1.1-foot setback. The shed was installed in 2023. The proposed second-floor addition exceeds the maximum permitted building coverage of 20%. The proposed building coverage is 23.67%. My client is expanding the house to add more space to accommodate their son who has a disability. A hardship letter was included in the application packet, and I have a copy to submit here as well. We feel that these reliefs requested today are not out of character with the neighborhood. And then I can go right into the holdover one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Regarding case holdover number 2, so an application was filed to maintain an existing front porch with a roof over. The existing front porch with roof over exceeds the maximum permitted building coverage of 20%. The existing building coverage is 23.67%. The roof over was constructed prior to my clients purchasing the home in 2019. And again, we feel these reliefs requested are not out of character for the neighborhood. I do not have consent letters, but everybody was notified, and my client has spoke to the abutting neighbors who did not express any reservations. And again, a copy of the hardship letter for the board.
Thank you.
Can we see elevation?
I got it. Popping up over here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, got it, okay.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from the audience? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will be mailed to you.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everybody.
You too, thank you.
Hearing number 4, appeal number 25-201, Anthony Giovaniello, 31 Notting Hill Drive, North Massapequa.
Council Truth during these proceedings.
I do.
Name and address, please.
Robert Schumacher, 1109 Round Swamp Road, Old Bethpage. Homeowner at 31 Nottingham Drive in Massapequa. Has some photos and cassette letters for the board. Homeowner seeking a variance to maintain a PVC fence having greater height than required and to allow 2 sheds having less than the required front yard setback, and to maintain a cellar entrance with an oil tank and a pool heater not having the required front yard setback, and to maintain a second-story addition not having the average front yard setback, and a pool deck not having the required side front yard setback, and also not having the required side and rear yard setback, and a shed not having the required rear yard setback, and a reduction in off-street parking spaces. There is no bathroom in the basement. This is a corner property on the corner of Richmond Avenue and Nottingham Drive. As with many corner properties, any type of improvement is difficult without a variance. I've taken many photos for the board at different angles showing the fence does not pose interference with traffic in any direction at the intersection. This intersection is also controlled by 3 stop signs, and the abutting neighbors on the west abutting the fence, their driveways on the other side of their property. I've taken a photo of that for the board's review. Fences like this are not out of character with this neighborhood. Many of the other homes in this area have similar fences. All these improvements are behind a fence and not visible from the street. As the photos show, the rear yard is heavily shrubed with evergreen-type shrubbery. In regard to the deck in the rear, the neighbor's shed is on that side of the property, and there's no windows on the neighbors closest to the deck. There's never been any problems with parking, as most people that do have a garage don't put their car in there. And this is very similar in this situation. If this variance is granted, the homeowners will condition not to further enclose a roof over the decks. The 2 most affected abutting neighbors at 29 Nottingham and 270 North Richmond Avenue have both signed letters of consent. We also have consent letters from the neighbors directly across the street at 273, 277 North Richmond Avenue, and 24 and 26 Nottingham Drive, and the other 2 neighbors at 25 and 27 Nottingham Drive. As the photos show, the property is in excellent condition and has always been well maintained. These improvements have been here for 20-plus years.
Thank you.
How long has the fence been up?
Approximately 15 and 20 years.
Anyone else from the board have a question?
So there seems to be a lot that's going on here, right? A lot being asked for. So I think one of the concerns we always have is off-street parking. They seem to have a lot of room that they can widen that driveway.
I could speak to the homeowner about that, to provide for 2 off-street spots.
Yeah, that's what you
We
can-
would like that.
Okay.
There's quite a bit of room there,
Okay.
right? And the other thing is, you know, we don't want anyone to take their entire deck down, but it seems to be right up against, right?
The deck in the rear of the property is next to the fence. I deliberately took some pictures for you of the neighbor's house, that they have a shed there, and there's no windows on that side of the neighbor's house, and that neighbor also gave a consent letter.
That's one of your consents?
Yeah, oh yes, the 2 abutting neighbors are the most affected.
Okay. And let's talk about the sheds that are kind of abutting each other. They are visible from the street, do you agree?
The roofs are a little visible. I took a photo, I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah, no, you're not. I'm not claiming you are. I mean, do they need both of them? One of them seems to be quite a bit older than the other.
You could get rid of one.
You can get rid of one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would get rid of one shed?
Yeah.
And what about the widening of the driveway?
You said-
He could do that. He'd have to do
Okay,
that,
widen
yeah.
the driveway. Okay. Anybody from the audience wish to speak? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision?
Decision will be mailed to you. And we will put those 2 things in, the getting rid of one shed and to widen the driveway.
I'll give you a revised site plan showing the, reflect
be
that.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
3 copies, please.
Yes.
Okay, hearing number 5 to be held with hearing number 6. Appeal number 25-319 and 25-320. Gersa Tinder Corp., 257 North Cedar Street, North Massapequa.
Hi.
Yeah, Lisa, could you just raise your mic a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. And sir, do you promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Your name and address, please.
Richard Bronchick, Bronchick for JL Drafting, 707 Route 110, Farmingdale, New York, 11735.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
We're seeking the following variances. to allow an existing second kitchen in a one-family dwelling for use as a parent-child residence. Number 2, to allow an existing accessory unit in a parent-child residence to exceed the maximum number of bedrooms permitted by ordinance. For the 3, for the reduction of off-street parking spaces to 2 when 3 parking spaces are required. Number 4, to allow the existing rear 7.3-foot by 14.6-foot, one-story addition having an aggregate side yard of 18.2 feet rather than the 20 feet required by ordinance. 5, to allow existing pool equipment having a front yard setback of 46 feet rather than the 50 feet required by ordinance. And finally, to allow the existing pool equipment to have a side yard setback of 2 feet rather than the 5 feet required by ordinance. The owner purchased this property in 2023, just 2 years ago, in its current configuration. She has made no alterations or improvements since the purchase. As the board can see from the site plan, the prior owners left her with a number of items, a whole laundry list of items not in compliance with town code, and she is now endeavoring to bring the entire property into full compliance. Regarding the accessory unit, which occupies the entire second floor, it's for her brother, his wife, and his child. Her mother also stays there when she's visiting. She used the 3rd bedroom. Likewise, the owner has made no changes to the driveway since the purchase. It should be noted that this board has approved a parent-child residence at the premises since 1972 with the current driveway and subsequently back to 1989 with the second floor as is. This is based on a certificate of occupancy A19619 dated June 6, 1989, which included a double dormer and second floor addition. The same conditions pertain to the rear addition and pool equipment. They too existed at purchase. The aggregate side yards being requested for the rear addition are the same as with the rest of the house. We are not seeking any further side yard reduction. And the side yards were previously approved by this board in its decision dated October 6, 1977, case number 77-313. For the pool equipment, it should be pointed out that it is screened from the adjoining neighbor and also from the street by a 6-foot fence. It is respectfully submitted that the current issues exist through no fault of the applicant, that the relief requested regarding the parent-child residence and rear addition is identical to relief the board has granted to this property in the past, and that none of the relief requested is substantial in nature. It is therefore requested that this board request the relief granted in all respects, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
Number 1, how many bedrooms are in the main floor?
3.
3, okay. And I see maximum we usually allow on the accessory is 2.
Yes.
So this is a request.
Yes.
Or something
Yes,
new.
this is a request to keep what's existing, and
There are 3 up there now?
3 up there now, yes. None of this is proposed, this is all existing. And existing when she purchased the property, and based on the certificate of occupancy from 1989, the upstairs is in its current configuration, and the board has approved parent-child residence at this property at least through 2008.
So we have 6 bedrooms in the house?
There are 6 bedrooms in the house, yes.
Okay, so, right, there's a couple of different asks here, right? And I can't
Yeah.
speak for everybody, but
Sure.
a lot of these, I don't think I would have a problem with. My concern is gonna be the parent-child with 3 bedrooms, right? We're trying to keep the community in the manner in which it is, so granting a parent-child is always, a difference to zoning essentially. And I'd like to know, from what you've told us, there's a need for 2 bedrooms, the 3rd would be an occasional visitor. So
Well-
let's talk about whether or not you'd consider amending it down to 2 bedrooms with the rest of this, staying
I
put.
understand where you're coming from. the owner's mother lives out of the country, and she comes twice a year, approximately twice a year, and she stays normally for at least 3 months. This bedroom would be for her, to have her own room. The bedrooms on the first floor, it's for her and her husband, and also she has 2 children. So that's, each one has a bedroom. And on the second floor, obviously, the couple, her brother and his wife, their child, and this is for her mother, the extra bedroom. Again, she didn't put the bedroom there, but as long as it's there, she'd like to use it for her family.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask if you could put this on reserve. The declaration of covenants and restrictions do not reflect, I do not have any identification for the wife of the brother.
Okay.
Or the mother. I have no identification. They did not sign the declaration of covenants and restrictions, so for that reason,
Absolutely.
and I'd like you to put this on reserve. These are gonna have to be modified, so I don't have any ID for those people, and they didn't sign. The only people that have signed and the only people I have ID for are the owner, Gostinda Kaur, Satnam Singh, and Jatwinder Pal Singh Gotra, the brother of the owner.
I'm sorry, I just want to write this down. Can you
So
tell me?
I have the owner, which is Gursinda Kaur,
Right,
Satnam Singh, which is the husband of Ms. Kaur, and her brother, which his last name is Gotra, Ghotra, which they say is her brother.
okay, and so what do
His
you
wife
need?
That you put on the record
His-
is there,
his-
I don't have
his
ID,
wife. You see-
and the mother. I need ID, and they have to sign declaration of covenant restrictions, so this won't be able to go forward.
Her mother's a visitor, so you need that? Okay,
You're
I-
claiming that she has a bedroom, sir, so then she's,
okay, no, I'm just
Yeah.
asking. All right,
she's gotta be on here, and she can't be half in and half out. That's part of the problem with
Okay.
parent-child. You have to be living at the residence full-time,
full-time,
and she has to have ID in this country, full-time.
okay. Any other
Thank you,
questions?
Madam Chair.
We-
I do about the garage. Is the garage, what is it being used for? You have off-street parking problems. You have 2 and you need 3. Can a car fit in the garage? Oh,
It's
it's a
bit-
bedroom.
Yeah, I believe that's,
It's been converted.
It was converted, okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Does anyone in the audience have any questions?
Yeah, I have one more.
Okay?
So you have cellar stairs. What's the height of the ceiling in the basement, and what's in the basement? Sorry?
6'10" in the basement.
Thank you. That's it.
Anything in there other than,
It's a rec room, laundry room, 3-piece bathroom, and then a little area with a kitchen countertop and a sink.
How many letters of consent do you have from the neighbors?
I do not have any.
And none, okay.
No.
And did we get all the green cards back?
No,
So-
well,
Yes.
not yet.
Mailing it.
All right, any other questions? Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Does
Motion,
anybody-
we're going to keep this on reserve. Okay, thank you.
Okay, excuse me,
So-
so reserve means you just need this stuff before we can render
Yeah, then
decision?
I'll bring it back for a vote.
You
Right,
don't
so
have to come
We don't
back.
have to come back.
You don't have to come
Very
back. She will bring
Okay,
it back and then
understood.
we'll vote on
You
it.
got it. Thank you very much. Whoops,
Yes, we did, absolutely.
yes, we're good? All right.
Yes, we're good.
We're good.
Have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hearing number 7, appeal number 25-334, Joseph Galato, 521 Staples Street, Farmingdale.
Hi, would you raise your right hand? Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Joseph Galato, 521 Staple Street, Farmingdale, New York, owner and
Thank you, sir.
occupant. Wanted to put a portico in my front of my dwelling, and I need variance for that. And then there was two other items, something with the pool deck and 8x8 shed.
And that's what you got.
Yes,
That's it?
That's it, yeah,
That's
just
it,
the three
okay.
items.
All righty.
Do you have letters from neighbors?
Yes, I sent them all, no, nobody, I sent the registered letters.
Okay.
One neighbor did not
Respond.
respond of the
The
return.
call. Yes.
The other three did. I have 4 neighbors abutting my property.
The most
And then
Okay.
100,
And they agreed?
everybody, yes.
Okay.
Well,
I
nobody
understand.
said anything.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Anybody in the audience? Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
The decision of the board will be sent to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, have a good evening.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
you too.
Have a good night.
Hearing number 8, appeal number 25-132, Audrey Valani, 177 North First Street, Bethpage.
You're still on OPEB.
Good evening again. My name is Ashley Lokianis from Mark Anthony Architects. Our office is located at 1563 Belmar Avenue in Belmar, New York. I am here this evening on behalf of our clients, Audrey and Brian Villani, who are the owners and occupants of the subject property located at 177 North First Street in Bethpage, New York. We are here this evening as a result of an application for proposed interior alterations, second floor addition, rear roof covered patio, portico, and outdoor fireplace. During the application process, there were also additional items that needed to be added to the application to maintain an above-ground pool with platform and pool equipment, and to maintain a 6-foot PVC fence pool enclosure, as well as maintain interior alterations, a finished basement, and rear masonry stoop. The existing masonry pool stoop with steps to grade, as well as the pool equipment, do not meet the minimum required side yard setback of 5 feet, having an existing setback of 1.5 feet for the masonry stoop and 1.15 feet for the pool equipment, for which we are requesting relief of 3.5 feet and 3.85 feet respectively. The pool equipment also does not meet the minimum required rear yard setback of 5 feet, having an existing rear yard setback of 1.15 feet, for which we are requesting relief of 3.85 feet as well. The proposed second-story addition exceeds the maximum permitted height of 28 feet, having a proposed height of 28.1 feet. I know how the board feels about height. I promise we wouldn't have asked, but we do feel it's pretty de minimis.
It is de minimis, yes.
Thank you. The proposed second-story addition, rear roof over patio, and portico exceed the maximum permitted building coverage of 28%, having a proposed coverage of 33.5%, for which we are requesting relief of 5.5%. I would like to note that the existing building coverage is 25.16%, and the proposed roof over is 6.8% of that 8% increase in lot coverage. My clients have no intention of closing off the roof cover and making it habitable space, and they'd be happy to have a condition put in the decision for that. Additionally, the project is over the maximum permitted gross floor area of 2,900 square feet, where the proposed GFA is 3,200.5 square feet, for which we are requesting 300.5 square feet. I would like to mention that the existing finished basement does currently have a basement entrance at this time, and that is being converted to a proposed window well with grate, so there will be no more basement entrance once the project is complete, should it be approved. These are our only requests. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone on the board first have any questions?
You're pretty much using existing footprint other than the roof over?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anyone in the audience? Okay, correspondence.
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will be sent to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing number 9, appeal number 25-285, John Wykert III, 18 Hunt Place, Bethpage.
You see this one?
I'm gonna get this picture.
Hi.
Counsel, truth of these proceedings?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Brian Fiore, architect, 208 North Wisconsin Avenue, Massapequa, appearing on behalf of John Wykart, 18 Hunt Place, Bethpage, We're requesting the following variances for a whole house renovation on an existing expanded foundation. We have less than the average front yard setback required. 25 feet is required. We're proposing an average front yard setback of 23 feet to the main house, 2 feet closer at the entrance. We're doing a large front addition, but only a small portion actually encroaches the average front yard setback. There's a bump out that's 2.5 feet by 9.5 feet wide. That's part of their foyer that's encroaching the average front yard. And then there's a portico in front of that that's coming out an additional 4 feet. And typically, those are a 6-foot permitted encroachment at 19 feet, and the portico is actually 6 inches closer at 18.5 feet, so it's a pretty minor encroachment past that front yard for the portico. And we're exceeding the maximum lot coverage of 25%, and the rejection actually shows a proposed lot coverage of 33.4%, and this appears to include the back patio that was originally supposed to be covered in our original design, and it's not covered anymore. So that was still included with the lot coverage on this application, even though it's not a covered porch, it's an on-grade patio, flat with the ground. And that's 330 square feet. And if you remove that square footage from the calculation, it's actually 29% building coverage. And I did speak with the zoning reviewer, Luis, and he did tell me to just get him new plans that would clarify that, and then he would sign off on it and get it back to you. So the actual lot coverage is 29%. And we are also over the gross floor area. The max allowed is 3,205.4, and we're requesting a gross floor area of 3,715 square feet. So we're over by 509.6 square feet. We are also expanding the rear basement of the house, and it's an 8-foot-high basement, which is about 450 square feet. So we're right about just over the maximum lot coverage without the basement.
Is it a finished basement?
It's finished basement, just a finished room, no bathroom, no separate entrance,
Okay.
egress window.
And what is the expansion? What is
It's
being there?
pretty much a
Adding-
whole house renovation.
Just a whole house,
It's gonna
making the
be,
rooms
it's almost a
bigger.
new house on the existing foundation. I do have consent letters from 8 of the neighbors that are there.
Did you say the gross floor area was 3,700?
Yes.
We have here 3,585.
Rejection, I'm going by the rejection, 3715 is
Do
our,
you want us to make it that?
yeah,
I think it's better to, okay, 37, what is it, 15?
yes.
Always better to go with the higher.
Yeah, I
end.
figured I
Yeah.
went with the rejection. It's some of the, it's not as clear on the plan, so we'll clarify exactly the lot coverage and the gross floor area, but it's definitely no more than 3715.
Anybody else on the board have a question?
No.
Audience, anybody in the audience? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will mail to you, thank you.
Thank you, have a good night.
Good night.
Hearing number 12, appeal number 25-332, Hawant Dio, 164 Gardner Avenue, Hicksville.
22825.
10/10/25. Yeah,
We must have resubmitted.
yeah. Do you want it?
I'm gonna resubmit anyway.
Okay,
Please, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Do you want us to?
1 second, sir. I can't hear. Okay,
Oh,
okay, do that. Thank you.
thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you for
but I had
waiting,
to
thank you.
clarify that. I'm sorry.
Good evening, members of,
Please raise your right hand. Of
course, yes.
Swear to truth during these proceedings?
Yes.
Your name and address, please.
yes, Robert Milsetic of Milsetic Architecture, 47 Jerome Avenue, Hicksville, New York, 11801. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Robert Milsetic of Milsetic Architecture, representing the property owner of 164 Gardner Avenue, Mr. Kulwant Dio. We are here this evening to respectfully request approval of several variances related to the existing structures on the property regarding a deck that's in the rear yard. We request a variance to allow the existing wood deck constructed circa 2004, which encroaches upon the required setbacks of 10 feet. The current rear yard setback ranges from 4.2 to 4.6 feet, and the side yard setback ranges from 5.5 to 6.2 feet, both less than the required by the permitted by the ordinance. The deck is of wood construction and varies in height from 16 to 20 inches above grade. The second request is a variance for the existing deck and one-story addition, which together provides less aggregate side yard than required. This matter was previously addressed under a variance case 85-484, which granted conditional approval for the 15-foot by 15-foot deck to remain, despite reduced side yard and aggregate side yard dimensions. The current aggregate side yard is 21.9 feet, whereas the ordinance requires 25 feet. Finally, we request a variance for the existing 110-square-foot, one-story addition. I have Google Maps visible showing that this was dated around the year 2000. The allowable lot coverage is 20%, while the existing coverage is 21.44% as per the rejection. Mr. Dio purchased this home in 2024, unaware of these violations, and all of the structures in question were erected by the previous homeowner between the years 2000 and 2004, well before Mr. Dio's ownership. We respectfully ask the board to take the history into account when reviewing these requests, as the current owner inherited these conditions. Thank you.
Have you spoken to any of the neighbors? Have they,
I have not, but all the certified mailings have been out, and
Okay.
I've received them back.
okay. Anybody on the board have questions? Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will be mailed to you. Thank you.
Good evening, thank you.
Thank you, good evening.
Thank you.
Hearing number 13, appeal number 25-325, David Eiler at 176 Main Parkway West, Plainview.
So used to reading, I was about to read
No.
it.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello again. My name is Ashley Lowe Keenese from Mark Anthony Architects. Sorry, you're probably sick of me by now. Our office is 1563 Belmar Avenue in Belmar, New York. I am here this evening on behalf of my client, Mr. David Eisler, who is the owner and occupant of the subject property located at 176 Main Parkway West in Plainview, New York. I am here this evening to amend specific plan 22-494. We originally came in front of the board on December 1st, 2022, nearly 3 years ago exactly, at which time we were granted our request under decision 22-494. There was a previous variance in 1974 that was also granted. On May 30th, 2024, my office submitted amended plans to the building department showing that the masonry stoop platform with steps located along John Street was made larger. The notice of decision in 2022 granted a side yard setback of 12.45 feet, where 23.08 feet was required. This is a corner property, so that is why the setback is so high, even though it is considered the side of the home. Were this an interior lot, the side yard setback would be 8 feet. The proposed plans called for a single French door, and when the Eislers decided to change to a sliding glass door, this made the requirement for the width of the stoop to be increased. During construction, when this change was discussed, my office reached out to the building department and spoke with plans examiner Lynn Sullivan to let her know of the changes, and she stated that we should file an amendment at the end of the project, and that we would likely go back to the board, or the board would handle it administratively. Mr. and Mrs. Eisler would like to make it clear they did not just decide to do it without consulting the building department, and did not move forward with the changes until they had done so. We are requesting the specific plan be updated to allow the now existing setback of 10 feet. This is our only request. All other items were built in compliance with the previous decision.
Why do you have two egress?
Yeah, I wanted to question the egress. They seem rather large. What,
6 feet by 8 feet.
yeah.
So one leads out from the all seasons room, and then the other is the egress well, you mean why do we have for two of those locations? I
Why they're
believe
so-
one
why
was
they're so
already
big.
And
existing.
why this, yeah, and why they're so big.
Proposed egress well, window well, middle grate.
It doesn't show it coming from the All Seasons room.
Comes from the basement.
It's in the back of the house, coming from the basement. Were you gonna remove the existing masonry stoop?
From the basement?
Sorry?
No, the masonry stoop leads from the All Seasons room that I'm talking about.
There's an egress well. There's two egress wells in the back of the house. On the plan that we have, at least. It's a double.
Okay, I'm looking at the egress well from the All Seasons room. I apologize. You can speak, Mike.
It's a double window, so the window well's double width.
It's big, right?
6 by 8, 6 by 8 foot.
That's
So
rather
there's
large.
two.
Yeah, that's very,
So it leads to the question, what's in the basement?
It just says finished storage.
All storage?
Yeah, egress well for storage.
In case they want to get away.
Three-piece bathroom. There is a three-piece in the basement as well. So it's open, no enclosed room, fully open, but. No, there's an enclosed room for storage. So there's an enclosed room of storage and a three-piece and two giant egress windows. And a laundry room. And a laundry.
is that the only laundry room in the house?
I believe so, yes.
No, there's one on the first floor as well. So there's a first floor laundry room.
It wasn't
and a
there when we
basement
got rid of it.
And a three-piece, and a storage room, and two giant egress.
Didn't they move the laundry room, Mike? I believe, based off discussions I had had with them, that the basement one was existing, and then they were going to move the laundry room upstairs. So I don't think that the laundry is still down there, but I haven't been there since the house was,
Okay. Would your client be willing for us to put that as a stipulation? To
Put what?
remove the laundry room from downstairs? It's suspicious having two laundry rooms.
I don't see why not.
Okay.
I don't think they're doing anything untoward, so I don't think it should be a problem.
All right. Any other questions from the board? Anybody from the audience wish to speak? Okay. Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will be mailed to you.
Thanks, have a good night, have a happy holiday.
Good night, you too.
Hearing number 14, appeal number 25-423, C&B Realty, number 3, LLC, 401, 447 South Oyster Bay Road, Plainview.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Judy Simoncic with the firm of Fercelli, Deegan, Tarana. Offices at 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard in Uniondale, appearing on behalf of the applicant this evening. I'd like to hand up, before I begin my presentation, some exhibit packets. I'll be referencing some of the exhibits during my presentation. The subject premises, I'll wait till.
Thank you.
So the first exhibit in that packet is an aerial photo of the subject property and the surrounding area. The property is known as Woodbury Plaza Shopping Center. It's on the southeast corner of the intersection of Woodbury Road and South Oyster Bay Road in Plainview. It has a lot area of 9.3 acres. It's zoned neighborhood business, and this is a center that's existed since 1955 in the town. We're here this evening seeking a parking variance for the construction of a new 3,974 square foot pad building to be located in the northwest portion of the shopping center. The proposal further includes restriping of the center's parking lot, the restoration of 21 parking spaces that are currently occupied by an existing pad site on the southern portion of the property, which is near Trader Joe's, and new landscaping throughout the site. These improvements will result in an increase in the amount of available parking in the busiest area of the shopping center near Trader Joe's, and it will also result in a net increase of 11 parking spaces for for the overall site. This project was before the Town of Oyster Bay Planning Advisory Board in September. At that hearing, the PAB granted site plan approval. for the new pad building and the upgrades that I just highlighted. So tonight's application includes two variance requests. One I mentioned for parking. The variance is to permit 546 parking spaces at the center where 601 spaces are required by code. This is a variance of 9.1%, which we would submit as a de minimis variance. It's not substantial. And the second variance is for the required loading space. The code requires one loading area, and we are seeking a waiver of that requirement since there will be no tractor-trailer deliveries to this building, so no formal loading area is necessary. Now, if you look at Exhibit 2 of the packet that I handed up, that's a zoning map. It just shows that the properties at the intersection of this shopping center consist of commercial properties that are all located in the MB and GB districts. There are 3 shopping centers on the various corners. You have the subject property, which is Woodbury Plaza. Across Woodbury Road, you have the Plainview Center, and then across Southwest Bay Road, you have Woodbury Shopping Center. There are also other various businesses, a gas station, office buildings, et cetera, and beyond that, the wider area consists of residential neighborhoods, all of which are zoned R17. If you turn to Exhibit 3, which is the existing conditions survey, you'll see that the center is currently improved with one commercial building. It's approximately 111,000 square feet. It has approximately 18 tenant spaces. There's Trader Joe's, a TJ Maxx, CVS, Banana Republic, The Gap, and several other food and retail uses. And there's also parking currently for a total of 535 spaces. Now you'll see on the existing conditions plan I highlighted in yellow, it's a part of the parking lot that's near Trader Joe's. It's a barricaded foundation. It's about 80 by 80 currently, and that's a site where there's a prior pad that had been constructed, but there was no building ever built. It's remained on the property for about 8 years, and it's deducted from the total parking available on the site for that time, especially in the area where most of the activity of the center exists, which is near the Trader Joe's. So if you look also in the Exhibit 3, I also have a photo of the property which I took that shows the barricaded area, and it's currently existed of overgrown bushes and trees. So part of the proposal is to remove that and restore it and put in 21 parking spaces in that area. Continuing on, in terms of the proposal, on Exhibit 4, you'll see the site plan, and 5, the landscape plan. We are, as I indicated, we're going to restore that part of the parking lot, which we'll use for additional parking. Again, 21 spaces will be put in that area. The pad building will be on the northern portion of the property, on the opposite side of the center, where it's less utilized, where there's generally always available parking there, so it makes sense to put it there. Other improvements that we will be making to the center are, we're going to upgrade and restripe the entire center. As I mentioned, the center was built in 1955, so none of the parking is to code, so we're going to do California striping of the entire center, current to the today's code. And overall, as I mentioned, we're going to get a net gain of 11 parking spaces after this project is constructed. Additionally, in terms of like the interior circulation on site, we're going to be installing a new interior drive aisle that will provide a safer and more efficient access into and out of the shopping center from Southwest Bay Road. And finally, we're proposing landscaping, which currently there really is no landscaping, but we're doing a nice landscaping at the front of the center and planters throughout. So overall approval of this project will vastly improve the parking there and optimize the parking, as well as, on-site circulation within the center. I would note we are not changing any access points to the center. No curb cuts are changing. They will remain existing. This project over the last year, this application, I should say, has undergone a lot of review with town departments and county agencies. In January of this year, Planning and Development had, reviewed and commented on this project, and they indicated they had no objections to the project being advanced. Department of Environmental Resources issued a Type 2 determination regarding this project, meaning that it is deemed Type 2, which means that it's an automatic action that has no adverse impact on the environmental conditions. So that was something that DER had ruled on. Nassau County Department of Public Works granted 239F approval for the site plan in May of this year. In September, the Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination when the site plan was referred to them. And finally, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, Planning Advisory Board has approved the site plan and the proposed improvements that I've gone through. At this point, if the board has no questions, I'd like to have our traffic engineer, Ethan Shikoski, just talk a little bit about the parking study that his company had performed.
Could you answer one question?
Yes.
What is the new pad building going to be? Who's going to?
It's going to be restaurant, fast casual, they call restaurant use.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, sir, can I just swear you in?
Sure.
Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Your name and address, please.
It's, Ethan Chikoski. I'm at 275 Broad Hollow Road in Melville, New York.
Can you spell your last name?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir.
Schukoske. I'm a professional engineer in state of New York. My firm, TPD Engineering, prepared a traffic and parking analysis for the development. Specifically for this board, we prepared a parking study, which I'll submit into the record.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So as was described, the existing shopping center has a total of 535 parking stalls. There are 2 driveways along each site frontage, along South Oyster Bay Road and Woodbury Road. There is a foundation and landscaping area that takes up a large portion of the northern or southern portion of the property near the Trader Joe's. The site was reviewed by Nassau County Department of Public Works, and just one note on the site access is they did review those, and we reviewed site distance at the existing site access points. They had recommended a no left turn restriction on the 1 Woodbury Road driveway, which we did implement into the site plan. So just point that out as an additional safety improvement. And in addition to improving the entrance drive aisle, there's a sidewalk that's proposed from the South Oyster Bay Road all the way to the center where none exists today. So there was a bit of a pedestrian improvement as well. Our office visited the site for traffic and parking observations a total of 7 days throughout the year from June 2023 to June 2024. Schools in session during each of these site visits. I just note that this is really above and beyond typical for studies of similar developments. Standards usually for this type of study is 1 or 2 days during typical operations. So I just point that out. We wanted to get a few different data points throughout the year, given how busy this shopping center can get. So. Based on our observations, the total parking demand peaked during the Saturday peak period. We recorded a maximum of 437 parked cars on the site. It's about 82% of the total supply. We then looked at the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, parking demand data. That's the industry standard for us to determine parking demand for any given use. For this particular restaurant use, looking at a fast casual dining establishment, we projected the additional parking associated with that use and compared that to the observations we made at the site and projected that in a build condition, the total site would be occupied by 484 parking stalls, or about 88%. That would leave reserve capacity of around 62 stalls, or approximately 11% of the site. And we did observe in our traffic and parking study, as the project attorney mentioned, that most of the parking demand was really in front of the Trader Joe's. Not that the rest of the site, didn't have activity, but but that is where we saw most of the activity and most of the parking demand. And I do think the site plan does improve on the current design by paving that landscaped foundation area, providing more spaces in front of Trader Joe's and around Trader Joe's as well. And we also observed that the space where the new development is going is less utilized. So I just wanted to relay those points and reflect that we also found that in our study. So it's anticipated, based on the parking observations and available data, that the proposed expansion would not significantly impact parking demand within the Woodbury Plaza Shopping Center, and the addition of the parking in the existing pad site area would better serve the existing tenants with higher parking demand. That's my professional opinion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Simple question. How many spots are there now?
535. So net increase of 11 with the restriping and the paving of that foundation area.
And I think I understood you that this new proposed pad would add about 6% to existing at peak demand, leaving you with about 12% still buffer, correct?
I believe it was 11.
I think you said 82 to 88?
Yeah, the buffer of 11% reserve capacity.
11, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Please come up and be sworn in.
Hi, I just swear you in. Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Yes,
Your name and address, please.
Ann Cavuto, 15 Woodway
I'm sorry,
Road.
if you could talk into the mic.
You
Ann
pull it down.
Cavuto,
You pull it
15
down.
Woodway Road, Plainview, New York.
Could you pull it down a little bit?
The
They
mic,
can hear you.
right?
The
Oh.
mic, just-
There you
Thank
go.
you, thank you.
Thank you much.
Okay,
Your name and address, I didn't hear you.
okay, Ann, I need this here. Ann Cavuto, 15 Woodway Road, Plainview, New York.
Thank you.
15 Woodbury Road?
Woodway,
Woodway.
Road. And spell your last name?
Cavuto, Cavuto.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking at the letter here that we got to come to this, and it says that the reduction of spaces to 546 when 601 parking spaces are required. That would be a reduction of 55 spaces. I used my calculator. Okay? So that's what's upsetting me, if 55 spaces gonna go. I was here when I believe that gentleman wanted to put the two restaurants up front, and they were very reluctant at that time, separate from this. They were very reluctant telling us what type of restaurants they were. I don't know why they were hiding it, but they were.
Could you please talk into the mic?
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
can hear you.
Okay. One, I was here last when they put the two restaurants up front by South Oyster Bay Road, and we were concerned about the traffic coming into that, where CVS is, and you go down in that main center area. For some reason, they were hiding what kind of restaurants were going there. I don't know why, but then I realized they didn't want to, they lost at another time when everything was, there were restaurants across the way of the same type, like Italian or Chinese or whatever. When they put that, at the last meeting, they said they were going to take away what we call the Knoll Forest there, which is by Trader Joe's, where they were building, and then the people stopped it, and they left it there. He said like for 8 years. But I don't know why his figures don't match what we got here. According to this letter, spaces will go to 546 when 601 parking spaces are required.
We have the
It's in
same
the letter
numbers.
that I
Yeah,
got.
that's-
We
yeah.
have the same number.
You have the same letter,
Yeah,
right?
it-
She's not understanding, prior variance that granted that.
Yeah,
Right.
that was, yeah.
Right,
It was
so-
granted in a prior variance, that's why.
What was granted in prior hearing?
Those numbers.
Those numbers, that's why it went down.
Reduction from the
1.
601.
So he's saying there's 535 now, but he's saying, he even said last time he was going to add spaces, but it didn't exactly add. Now
It's
his,
adding to what's existing there now.
They're adding 11.
So
They're actually
you're
adding.
11, so there's 530.
because they're taking away what people refer to, or I've heard mentioned, the grassy knoll, where they put that planted area when they started to build, the one by the road out from Trader Joe's. And that's what's giving them the spot, us the spots back, people that patronize.
It's giving them more spaces, yeah.
Yes, but they're taking away at the same time.
No, they were taken away already. They were a
The
private
ones for the
variance,
two
yeah.
restaurants that they wouldn't tell
A
us what they
private
were.
variance, yeah.
Yes. So when this letter went out, they're giving us information that doesn't accommodate what's happening, at least for the public, when I read this.
Well-
This seems like 55 spaces are going, if you count
No,
601.
I'm sure the attorney will come up after this and can explain it all to you.
Okay.
I think, okay? It's not, this was what was there, it got a variance, and now they're bringing more spaces to it. They're going to be.
How are they
building
bringing more when they?
Because the pad is going. She'll explain it to you
Oh,
when she
because of
comes
the
up. Yeah,
pad?
Yeah.
How many spaces are in the pad?
It's like 71. Did they say 70?
I'll let the attorney come back up and explain it
Okay,
when you're
to tell
finished
me
with
how
your, when
many-
you're all finished. Is that your only questions?
Yeah, my question is on that, and let me see. They talked about a dock. Now, when they talk about the dock, they're not talking the dock in the back where Trader Joe's is, they have a dock and all that. They're talking about they won't require a dock for new places they're putting up? Are they putting up
Yes.
new?
They don't need a loading, they don't need loading.
Okay,
They
what
don't need it,
places
so
are they
that, so
putting
it won't
up?
be there. It had allowed it, but they don't need it.
Okay,
They don't need it, so
what
there's no
places
reason.
are they putting there now?
What?
What places, are they putting any new places in? They're gonna remove, I'll call it the grassy knoll in front of Trader Joe's.
That's
Are
gonna be
they, are they
parking.
putting anything else besides those two restaurants in?
No,
So this is just to tell us are they gonna reline the place so that it,
they're going to
Yes.
reline parking, yes, they're gonna reline it
well, the
with
double
parking.
lines are the
Yeah.
California thing, I know
Yeah.
that. But are they changing the way they go? Right now, they go vertically. Are they gonna move them to horizontal?
That I don't know, that's a
That's another
question.
question.
That's, that one, yes.
Because I know that's more a problemsome site for when you park your car. If the car is vertically, you could see down the aisles easier than you can horizontally. So I want to know about that, too.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
So in terms of what we're doing, and I apologize if I confused the resident, the center does have the benefit of a variance currently now. So the center provides 535 spaces. We are proposing to remove the grassy knoll, as she refers to it, and put in place 21 new parking spaces. They will be striped in the same manner as what's around them. So
Okay.
we're not changing anything, we're just continuing with the parking spaces that are in front of Trader Joe's. They will continue towards South Oyster Road in the same
Same
manner.
direction,
So
okay.
that's 21 spaces that we're picking up there. And the variance is 55, but as I indicated, we already have a variance for this property. So we're increasing the parking provided by 11 spaces.
Yes.
So that's why we are looking for a variance to allow 546 spaces with 601 required,
Right.
which is a total of 55 spaces
Right.
deficient. So I hope that answers the question. And with respect to the loading area, we, just for the residents' benefits, we're not touching any of the rear of the center at all.
Okay,
The existing building is going to remain, the loading areas that serve those existing tenants that are in the main building, we're not modifying them at all. This is in the front, the pad site will be in the front of the building, it's about 300 feet from the rear property line, and we're asking for a waiver of a loading space for the new building, because we don't need tractor trailers to come and deliver to these small fast casual restaurants that are proposed.
right. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Anybody else from the audience? Okay. If there's anybody else from the audience who wishes to speak, please raise your hand now. We can have you sworn in, and then you can talk, and then the attorney can talk after you.
Yep. Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Your name and address, please.
Marianne Allogio, Allogio, 19 Woodway Road. It's kind of moot, but I came here, so I'm going to have my say. I was not aware that the first variance went through. I was at the meeting in August, and it was postponed to September. I have called the town numerous times and left a message to find out what the decision was, because it was put off in August. It was supposed to be rendered, I believe, in September.
This is an old variance. This is not.
This is the original variance for the pad for the restaurants, because the traffic situation's horrendous, and I'm not sure if anyone on the board lives in the area. Like I said, this is moot, because you already approved it.
No,
that's not
no, no,
This is
no.
the old there. This was when the first pad went in.
That's what I'm talking about.
8
The
years ago.
pad,
That was a long time ago.
8
This wasn't
years ago.
recent.
you're talking about the grassy knoll?
Yes.
That they've been holding hostage for years. It's been held
Yes.
hostage,
And they're
okay.
here now
No, but the
to-
new, I believe, I thought you approved the pad for the restaurant.
No,
No.
tonight's
Oh, you
the first
have?
hearing.
No, that's
Oh, I thought
tonight.
this just had to do with the parking.
No,
No.
well, they're talking, they're gonna improve the parking, but
Yes, that's what
It's
they
about-
say, but I live behind Trader Joe's. So my exit out of the development is onto either Woodbury Road or South Oyster Bay Road. Typically, I go Woodbury Road because that's closer to where I live. At 5 o'clock, you cannot make a left-hand turn to go west
Right.
on Woodbury Road because the traffic from South Oyster Bay Road backs all the way up to where my west gate, which is my entrance into the community.
I believe, isn't
So
there
I-
a no left turn sign there already? I don't believe you can turn left.
No, on my street, you can
your
turn
street,
left. I'm not
okay.
talking about the shopping
Okay.
center. Oh, yeah, but people don't listen to that anyway. And I know that's, I've been through this before. That's something for the police to deal with. But I have a very difficult time getting out of the shopping center, getting out of my development, I'm sorry, because traffic has backed up from South Oyster Bay Road, down Woodbury Road, past the back of that shopping center, and to the street, which is my access into my neighborhood. Then I could go out the long way, which is South Oyster Bay Road, and the traffic is backed up there from Woodbury Road because of the shopping center. So it's very difficult. Now, if they want to put a one or two, originally they said 2 restaurants, I'm not sure if it's 1 restaurant now, in that area. You have the entrance in front of TJ Maxx, which is off of Woodbury Road. You have a speed bump, you have a pedestrian striped crossing, and another speed bump. So the traffic is now backing up onto Woodbury Road because everyone's taking the speed bump, and then you have pedestrians coming out of TJ Maxx, and then there's another speed bump. Now, that's backing up to South Oyster Bay Road. You have, if there's going to be a restaurant, and they're going to be coming in the middle, which leads to, say, CVS, it's going to be a disaster. The traffic is going to be horrendous, and I really urge the members of the board to go to this area and see what goes on during these times. They're talking about taking away, a big chunk of that shopping center, and we use that
There's going to be 11 more spaces, additional.
because they're giving us back the
But that's been
where
gone for a
they-
long time.
It has,
Yeah.
because it's been tied up in litigation or whatever it's been tied up in. I know, it's been held hostage for all these years, basically.
Another restaurant there that closed?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't there another restaurant next to the Greek Express that closed a few years ago? Yeah, wasn't it Bloomies?
All right, that's in the strip. That's in the strip.
That's not in them.
That's, yeah. And the bank is gone, and that's become a Wonder, which is some kind of a takeout place where you're gonna have Uber Eats coming out of there and people driving in for pickup. I believe it's not an actual sit-down restaurant. So you're gonna have people coming in at that end of the mall, and you're gonna have people coming in at this end of the mall. It's at times very untenable situation. And I'm very concerned about that. We do have a red light camera now on South Oyster Bay and Woodbury Road. There has been a reduction in accidents on the road, at the intersection, because people now know there's a red camera light out there. But I used to be in my house and hear screech before that. So, people are not
All right, thank you.
cautious, but-
Thank you.
Okay?
Is there anybody else who wants to speak? Okay, you want to come back, or your traffic?
I'll just talk a little bit about the
Fine,
traffic.
and then you can, if you wish to continue after that,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I mean, I didn't go really into it because I focused on the parking, because that's
Yeah.
what we're here to talk about. But we did do a full traffic impact analysis that was reviewed by
Right.
the Department
We'll review
of
it.
Environmental Resources. One thing to note is the existing center that does have one quick service restaurant, and then there's a small bakery as well, but it's limited in restaurant options.
Yeah.
So one thing we expect with this type of development, given most of the center is retail, is a good bit of internal trip capture. So because you have a variety of options there, people who are already going to TJ Maxx, or already going to Trader Joe's, can stop in and grab food on their way out. So that was taken into account, as well as pass-by trips along the roadway. We did project an increase in traffic and evaluated the nearby intersection and the driveways, and we didn't find any significant impact to the level of service or delay. And again, this has been all reviewed by not only DER, but the Nassau County Department of Public Works.
Okay.
And they looked at each of the driveways as well. So just
Thank
wanted
you.
to make those points.
Thank you.
Just in summation, you can see that this is going to be a tremendous improvement to the center. Net increase of 11 spaces, I don't think you can argue with that. That's an
No.
improvement. And again, we're improving safety, the crosswalks, the drive aisle coming in. And, I live in the area, I've been in the area for 20 years, I go to the center all the time. This really is going to be an improvement to the area where Trader Joe's is, where I shop every week. So I think the residents will be happy once, hopefully, if we get approved, that this is implemented, that we can increase the parking on the site and restripe everything to today's code, put in some landscaping and beautify it. And I think it's going to be an improvement and a benefit to the community. And
Fine. Thank you, thank you. Correspondence,
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
motion,
Decision.
decision of the board will be sent to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Hearing number 15, appeal number 25-328, Ali and Regina Yassin, 58 Chenango Drive, Jericho.
Can I just swear you guys in? Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings? Sorry? Do you promise to tell the truth during these proceedings? Your name and address, whoever's going to speak, please.
So my name is Raghida Yassin. I'm the owner of 58 Chenango Drive. This is my husband, Ali. His last name is also Yassin. We both live on 58 Chenango Drive. Okay. So we applied to build a fence on the side of our house. And it's the side that's actually, our house is a corner lot, and it's actually on Shenango and Marginal. Marginal is a road that has a lot of traffic these days. So we bought the house in 2024, June 2024, so we have recently moved in there. And we just wanted to have a little bit more privacy on the side and a little bit more safety, because we have a 13-year-old, and we just want her to enjoy her backyard a little bit more. So when we did that, we got a rejection, and with that, we got 3 more variances that we didn't even know about. So we bought the house, and then it said, oh, well, your shed is not the existing 2.3 feet, it's 2.3 feet to the side. And the pool equipment is not at 10 feet, and the pool is not at 10 feet from the side yard. So those were all a shocker, because that's how we bought the house. But since I want to do everything and make all the arrangements properly, because eventually my daughter's going to grow up there and she's going to inherit a house, I don't want her to take something that has all these variances with it. And yeah, so that's what we're here for, is to say, can we please build our 6-foot fence that's on the side of the house that is within regulation, except that it's 6 feet just because of privacy, and it's on the main road of South Marginal. And it actually will not ruin anything in the neighborhood, because a lot of the neighborhood is similar.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody have a question? Anybody in the audience want to speak?
Want to speak? Okay, you guys could just have a seat, and then you can come
You
back up.
come
okay?
back then.
Thank you.
Stay right there. Sit right in
Sit
front.
down, yeah, sit in front.
I just swear you in. You promise to tell the truth during these proceedings? Thank you, and your name and address, please.
I'm Nina Chowdhury, and I live on 500 South Marginal Road, Jericho.
Thank you. Spell your last name, please?
CHOWDHARY.
Thank you.
And where is that in relation to this house?
They are on the corner of Shenango and South Marginal. I am right on South Marginal. I'm their right
Okay.
hand, on their right-hand side.
Okay.
So we got this letter in the mail, and there are certain things that I would like to mention. First of all, the fence is, of course, higher than what it should be, but we're okay with that. But then they have trees that are outside of that fence. So when we come out of the driveway, right now they might be still okay because they were just planted, but eventually if they grow bigger, it will obstruct the view when we are pulling out. I live on a very busy road. It's a service road to the expressway. And they'll vouch to that the traffic over there is horrendous, especially during busy hours. And if you're trying to get out, sometimes it's really, unless you have a proper view, it's very difficult to make the right turn onto the service road. So that is just one thing. The fence is fine. They can leave it the way it is, but the trees either, I don't know how, either they keep it very trimmed, or I don't know, it's going to obstruct the view sometime later, because these trees grow fast.
The trees are on their property? It's their trees?
The trees are right outside their fence, yeah. So it's not inside, but the outside of the fence. And when we make that right turn, we have to look left to see what traffic is coming.
Are there sidewalks there? Is
There are sidewalks there.
And the trees are closer to the fence, not the
Please,
curb?
trees are very close to the sidewalk,
Very close to the sidewalk.
because the fence, there's hardly any room. I mean, we're just saying potentially, because I have had this house since almost 1987, so we know all the traffic and everything. And the other thing was the pool equipment. I do not know where it's being placed, but our request is that it should not be somewhere close to where our bedrooms are.
Well, it's existing, so has it been?
Have you been
bothering-
hearing it?
If it's existing, then I think we should be okay with it, because
Okay.
it's not that much of a problem.
Okay,
Good, good.
Yeah.
Good neighbor.
okay,
I
thank
mean,
you.
we're not trying to be bad, but.
No,
Thank you.
Just honest,
Thank
right.
you.
Thank
Are they your trees, or are they?
Yeah, we recently planted those trees for privacy.
Are you talking about,
Yeah.
oh, okay, we have
So
the little,
We recently
arborvitae's not
planted
the
those
big
trees
tall
for
oaks,
privacy.
okay, yeah, okay.
But
Is
we,
the board okay?
oh, okay,
Just have
so,
to talk about
yeah, but we will definitely keep trimming them.
Okay.
So that's not an issue for us. It's just for the privacy and nothing more.
Okay. Thank you.
But they're in front of the fence, and they're lower than the fence.
They are now, yes, here.
Okay.
Kathy?
Pass it back.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you.
They're holding out on it. Oh, beautiful. And they're small, but you'll keep them trimmed. That's what
Yes,
you said.
definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Anyone else? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision will be mailed to you, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Hearing number 16, appeal number 25-331, Shinda Hua at 242 Halsey Avenue, Jericho.
Tell the truth during these proceedings.
I do.
Name and address, please.
Salvatore Koshia, permits are us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, Syosset, New York, 11791. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. I'm here representing Ms. Hua, who resides at 242 Halsey Avenue in Jericho. Property is located in our 110 zone. We're proposing to maintain a rear deck with a side yard setback of 8.7 feet and 7.6 feet, where the required is 10 feet, and an aggregate side yard setback of 16.3 feet, where the required is 25 feet. A shed with a rear yard setback of 0.3 feet and a side yard setback of 7.1 feet, where the required is 10 feet. A retaining wall in the front yard that is 5.83 feet high, where the required is 4 feet. A wide driveway with a side yard setback of 1.2 feet, where the required is 10 feet. And the existing deck, the front porch, the shed make up a lot coverage of 24.1%, where 20% is allowed. All of these items existed prior to my client purchasing the home about a year or so ago. I also want to point out that the retaining walls were built with the home. Obviously, otherwise there would be no way to get down to the driveway, into the garage. And the last thing that we're here for is the second front door in the garage conversion, which we are withdrawing. I advise my client the door is going to be removed, the wall will be put up, the window that's there is going to remain. Also, we are there's a room under the porch, it's unfinished storage room. It's just 5 by whatever it is underneath the porch. If you want to condition it to never be finished, there's no problem with that either.
Okay, what are you withdrawing, which one?
The front door.
The front door, okay.
It's converted. The garage is under the house, so there'll be a window, yes. The windows,
So the garage door,
they're gonna put a regular wall, correct. There's no, not a garage door, correct, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
so
Anyone?
you don't want 2 front doors?
No,
He's eliminating one.
no, absolutely not.
Anyone wishing to speak? Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision of the board will be mailed to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Hearing number 17, appeal number 24-63, Chi Kong Wang, 50 Sylvia Street, Glen Head.
Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Dina Byrne, Byrne, 5 Renville Court, Millneck, New York, 11765.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. I am here appearing on behalf of the applicant, Mrs. Wang, the owner of 50 Sylvia Street, Glen Head, identified as Section 20, Block 45, Lot 12, located in R17 Residence District. We are here to respectfully request an amendment to previously approved variances under Appeal Number 24-63, subject to specific plan, as the scope of the work has been substantially reduced from what was originally proposed and granted. The previously approved application included a 2-story rear addition, a 2nd-story addition, a front portico, and a detached 2-car garage. The applicant has since elected to significantly scale back the project and now proposes a 307-square-foot, 1-story rear addition to the existing dwelling for a bedroom and an ensuite bathroom, consistent in dimension to the original 2-story rear extension approved. A new covered front porch and a 2-car detached garage consistent in placement, size, and height as approved by the original variance. No 2nd-story addition will be constructed, and the total building massing and overall impact on the property and surrounding neighborhood are greatly reduced. The revised plan requires fewer variances than those granted under Appeal Number 24-63. The specific relief now required includes maintaining the existing non-conforming side yard setback of 3.4 feet with minimal eave and gutter encroachments as previously granted, building coverage of 28%, and a rear yard coverage of 38.4% variances associated with the new 1-story rear addition and detached garage as the previous variance granted, and a height variance of 14.25 feet for the 2-car garage, which remains consistent with the previous granted variance. All other previous granted variances that were associated with the 2nd-story addition are no longer required. The amended application results in less building mass, reduced visual impact, and lower overall height. The revised design further minimizes any potential impact on neighboring homes and continues to be in harmony with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. The property remains a substandard lot at 50 by 125, and the requested relief is driven primarily by the amended to the specific plan previously granted under Appeal Number 24-63. That concludes our presentation. If the board has any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
So you just want to, there's an existing garage, and you're going to remove that and put a 2-car?
That's correct. That was previously granted under the Appeal 24-63.
We're just amending it. Okay. Anyone in the audience? Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision will be mailed to you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your holidays. Thank you.
too.
Thank you. Hearing number 18, appeal number 25-316, John Riley, 80 Hernan Avenue, Locust Valley.
Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Name and address, please.
Scott Kahn, 68 West Main Street, Oyster Bay, New York. Good evening, everybody.
I'm here tonight representing the Riley family, who seek only 2 variances before you. We're also here to amend specific plan 24-89, dated 6/6/24, which was granted by this board to move a property line. Our first request is to permit a garage and mudroom to be built attached to the home with .27 closer than the 25-foot minimum rear yard setback, asking only 24.73 feet. Our second request is to allow a 2 and 12 roof pitch on only the rear part of this addition to match up with the existing home. The front of the addition will have a 10 and 12 roof pitch to match the steep cape style of the home. We feel our requests are de minimis in nature and would ask the board to kindly seek in favor what we're looking for.
So the two 12 roof pitches in the rear of the house?
That's correct. Everything that faces the front is 10 and 12.
Anybody from the audience? Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion? Decision. Decision will be mailed to you.
Thank you. Happy holidays to
You
everybody.
too, thank you. A lot of people aren't coming to the next meeting, it seems.
Hearing holdover
Yeah.
1, appeal number 25-333, JPM Owners LLC, 1132 North Broadway, Massapequa.
Hello?
Just before we get started, I know our hearing may be the longest hearing. I know there are other holdovers. If it's in the board's discretion, they may want to let those holdovers go before us.
Okay, that, if you don't.
I thought so. I figured,
If it's, I think that would be
Yes,
probably
I agree.
wise. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What?
Okay.
Well, we'll do these two and then we'll see. Let's get these two out. There should be. Okay, we're gonna, thank you. That's really very nice of you to offer that.
We're going to move on with hearing number, holdover number 3, appeal number 25-176, Herflin Properties Incorporated at 92 East Marie Street, Hicksville.
I love John Amatano. For the appellant, Tom Abadi, 88 Sunnyside Boulevard in Plainview. And I know that Mr. Amatano's case is going to take a long time because Mr. Zeik is going to testify against the appeal. And this is only going to be the second time he's ever done it. Am I correct?
Well, I've done more than that.
Oh, okay. But I think that wasn't the first time?
You weren't the first.
I wasn't the first. Okay. Because on this case, Deputy Commissioner Zeik testified against the case, and it went on for a very, very long time. Mr. Griffin, you as a litigator would have loved it, because we were going toe-to-toe, but it was all law. It was very professional. It was great. Chairman Schmidt, you were on the board, and Mrs. Mulligan, where'd she go? She was here, and Chairman Byrne was here, right? You were here. And it went on for a very long time. And the reason was that we were here was this. This is a commercial property in Hicksville. It's in the GB zone, on which my client, Jeff Schulman, back on your left, has his contractor's yard. But he also has a non-conforming 2-family dwelling. And the town took the position, we had to pick one. You couldn't have both. And I disagreed. And that's why Mr. Zeik and I went at it. So you denied the case, and then I filed an Article 78 proceeding, which I kind of had to do, because
Is
it's
this
only...
on this case?
Yes,
Yes,
this
okay.
case. So it was only a 30-day statute of limitations. You don't have that much time to think about it, so I filed it to preserve my client's rights. And by the way, that case is still pending. The court, believe it or not, very considerately, is awaiting the determination of this board tonight to see what to do with the 78. All right, so I filed the 78, but then I have a heart-to-heart with Jeff. And I tell him, as a land use professional, the highest and best use of this property is what it's zoned for, commercial. Give up the residential component. It adds nothing, and in fact, from my perspective, can be cumbersome and be a burden when it comes time to sell. He agrees. So we meet with late Commissioner Mayer, Deputy Commissioner Zeik, and Deputy Commissioner Byrne. We tell them the idea, they say, great. And it was Tim's idea. He said, look, let's clean up the site. Let's try to bring it as much into compliance with today's code as possible, and this will benefit you because now we're cleaning it up once and for all. You never have to worry down the road that the use is not permitted or some aspect. We could just clean it up. So he says, file an application for site plan approval. We did it. So the plan that you see tonight is not just what we propose. It's after literally years of back and forth as part of the site plan review, incorporating planning's comments. So we've amended, revised, and altered the plan such that it addresses all of planning's concerns and works for us. So what do we have? We're going to give up the residential use completely, all right? So the two-family residential component is gone. The structure that it's in is going to remain. And what we're going to do is that Jeff is going to put his office in there. So it's going to be Jeff's office with storage. The rear detached garage, presently, that has Jeff's office and storage. That's going to be all storage. So we're going to move the office from the rear to the front building and keep that building in place. The vinyl shed on the east side of the property, removed. A new, fully conforming refuse enclosure will be added, and that's going to be surrounded by, hi, Mrs. Bullock, and I mentioned your name while you were gone. It's going to be surrounded by white concrete block with a gate in front. Our existing storage bins are also going to be retrofitted such that they have gates, and we're creating 3 fully conforming parking stalls on site to park our trucks. And we're separating that from our abutting neighbor by creating a 10-foot deep buffer, which is going to be planted with evergreen screening. The entire yard, oh, and by the way, I have a series of 8 photographs and 2 pages for you, and what you'll see is that the entire yard is dirt. We're going to pave that over completely because the town specs don't allow you to do that. So again, we're bringing it up to today's code. We're also putting some landscaping in the front, and we're going to have some plantings there, a grassed area, and we're doing some curbing there as well. So basically, this is a complete renovation of this site. We're taking it from the way it was last century and bringing it into this century. Jeff has been operating here since 1994. All right, so, yeah, so he's here for
31 years.
31 years. I couldn't do the math in my head. That's why I became a lawyer and not an engineer.
Okay.
So to bring it over the hump, and so we can finally get site plan approval, we need 3 forms of relief. We need off-street parking relief, an outdoor storage component, and the buffer reductions. As to the last, the buffer reductions, we can't meet the requisite amount because the house and the garage are situated all the way on the east side of the property. There's just no room, and they're fully CO'd. The outdoor storage, as I explained to you, now we're going to have enclosures for them. They're going to be separated by gates. And as to the parking, I have Tom Mazzola as my traffic expert, who will briefly explain to you why that works. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. Outdoor storage.
Yes, sir.
You needed variance for the outdoor storage.
Yes.
How high is the outdoor storage? How high are you gonna go?
It's not going to be higher than I have to look at the plan. It's indicated 6 foot. So that would be the same height that our stockade fence is, which is completely legal under the code.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please speak.
Have you swear you want
Good
to say?
evening.
Hi. Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Your name and address, please.
Thomas Mazzola, Mazzola, 20 Byron Road, Comac, New York.
Thank you.
Good evening. I was retained by the applicant to assess the application. As Mr. Abadi has said, he's owned the property for over 30 years and has been operating his business out of the property, so nothing is really changing by this application other than cleaning up the site. I've been at the location on several occasions. Traffic in the area is relatively light. It picks up around commuter time with people going and coming from the train station, but relatively throughout the day it's light. I also looked at the town code in terms of other uses that would be principally permitted uses in the general business zone, and almost every other one that I looked at would generate more parking and traffic demand than this application. The other thing I did notice, and I made copies of an aerial photograph of the area. This is the only lot on that street that's actually triple wide lot. It's 75 feet instead of 50 feet, which most of the other lots are. The difference being that the trucks can go in, they can turn around on site without backing out onto the road, which is a big advantage. So overall, again, I interviewed the owner of the property and the owner of the company. He's had no problem in all those years, and I don't anticipate that cleaning up the site would create any new problems.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I just may add, no customers come to the site, no deliveries come to
Right.
the site.
Thank
So
you.
it's a very low-intensity use. Any questions?
No? Anybody in the audience? No? Correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Thank you. Once again, I want to thank Mr. Arbutano and Mr. Zeig for letting us go ahead of them.
Thank you. Motion?
Decision.
Thank you. The decision will be sent to you, okay?
Can Holly just have 2 minutes?
Does she want to do it now or have, what, one?
She wants to run to the restroom real fast.
Okay,
You have to go down the block.
yeah. Do we take, should we take a break after this and go, or go, or does she want to, I'm willing to go on. Okay, we're going to take a short break and 5 minutes or so. And then we will come back, we'll hear the next case, and we'll hear, then, of course, after that, we'll hear holdover 1. So, short, a 5-minute break.
Feels good to see.
Sorry, it'll only be 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes.
My, Mr. When I have pants and buttons at home, I'm very cold. My face is cold.
I'm
ready to
warm.
rub my nose and I'm like, oh.
I'm gonna take a hike to the bathroom since we don't know how warm it's gonna be.
Put your coat over your shoulders. Put your coat over your shoulders. Just your. I know, right? Sugar, sugar, sugar. More sugar.
Yes, next we're gonna do holdover 4.
And like I'm gonna study it to decide what I'm thinking. Yeah, everything is there, I know. You can be for $100 She said, oh, it's not, I'm just, I have been to Rothman's a few times and it's always been special. It's not crappy food. Anyway, that's nice. Anything, yeah, different. I'm so sad that Pentecost is out, Clovis and I went there a lot. And we always say, there's no place like this. Yeah. And we would love to bring people up here. No, you have to come. Why do we have to go there? I know. But people say that.
Holdover 4 is and then we'll go back to holdover 1. And then holdover 1 will be last.
It's only holdover 4. It's the best, yes.
Holly, I'm sorry, we're gonna start if we can go. I'm not big on breaks.
Okay, hearing holdover number 4, appeal number 25-112, Lachmin Matto, 18 Sunnyfield Road, Hicksville.
Hi.
Raise your right hand. You promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Lashman Matau. I am the homeowner at 18 Sunnyfield Road in Hicksville. Okay. So I'm here because we were looking for a variance to construct a driveway having less side yard setback than permitted by ordinance. So basically, we're just looking for this because, you know, we want to be able to accommodate a second car. And we've been doing, you know, a lot of renovations to our home since we moved, and we're just looking to increase the curb appeal. We've just done renovations to our siding. Our neighbors have been very, you know, commending on because it stayed in character with the neighborhood. It's added to the neighborhood. So we've sent letters to everyone in the neighborhood, and everybody's okay with it. One of our neighbors is actually here to speak on our behalf. My next door abutting neighbor. So basically, yeah, we're just looking to expand the driveway, just to accommodate our family. We have 2
Yeah.
young kids, playtime and all that. Okay?
Fine. Anybody have any questions? First, anybody on the board have, okay, please come up. What?
If you want to go first, it's fine.
You have to swear you in, sir. Please. Raise your right hand. Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Yes.
Your name and address, please.
Martin Pashek, 20 Scientific Road, Kingston, New York.
You'll have to talk into the mic.
Okay. Martin Pashek, P-A-S-Z-K. Yes. 20 Scientific Road. And apologies, I'm sometimes a little bit nervous, so actually I'm going to reach through and I have a few pictures along the way. Okay, thank you. And I have to do it without the glasses. Thank you. So, dear Honorable Chair and members of the board, please accept this letter as my formal written testimony in strong opposition to the variance requested by Lachmin Matto at 18 Sunnyfield Road. I oppose this variance as currently proposed, but would like to emphasize that I'm open to exploring reasonable, mutually satisfactory alternatives that preserve the integrity of the setback. I am the adjacent owner at 20 Sunnyfield Road. So if you look at exhibit number 1, I'm essentially the next door neighbor with that driveway would be actually connecting, okay? So I'm the most impacted neighbor, if you think of it that way. If granted, this variance as proposed would directly and adversely affect my property, the use and enjoyment of my home, and the established character of our neighborhood. So unique impact of reduced setback due to lot configuration. The proposed reduction in side yard setback is particularly problematic given the configuration of our lots. Granting this variance would eliminate the essential residential buffer, create an undesirable change in the neighborhood's character, and cause a significant detriment to my property. The issue is that our homes sit on a street curve with converging and irregular lot lines, resulting in existing non-conforming setback that's already less than the town required 8-foot minimum. That limited distance serves as the last critical barrier maintaining streetscape continuity, privacy, safety, and separation from noise, exhaust, and stormwater runoff. Eliminating this remaining setback would allow vehicles to park directly along the boundary.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time understanding.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was that last sentence?
Eliminating this remaining setback would allow vehicles to park directly along the boundary line, removing any meaningful buffer. So if you look at exhibit number 3, this is actually an example of the parking. It's not a private car, it's a van. It's a commercial van, okay? Because the properties meet at a curve with a short apron, the proposed configuration would create a triangular parking area where vehicles would have to be parked toward the back portion of the driveway, only a few feet from my bedroom window. The loss of separation will significantly and unreasonably diminish the enjoyment and value of my property. So if you look at that picture of a typical parking, you can actually see it's really how close the car is, the van is to the window. Okay. Relevant background and pattern of conduct. This applicant has removed the existing garage and previously attempted to illegally expand the driveway. So if you look at exhibit number 4, you can actually see a picture of the construction, prompting the town to actually issue a stop work order. Despite that enforcement, the area was never restored to its original condition and was used for aggressive parking. That's why I have that picture with the van standing next to our bedroom window. That stopped only after we filed a complaint with the town. This is the same area now under consideration for legalization through this variance. The hardship claim is therefore entirely self-created. The applicants had a compliant driveway and chose to expand it in violation of the code. This self-created condition is a key factor the board must weigh against granting this variance. How am I doing? Good? Oh.
You're doing great.
Okay,
Keep going.
thank you very much. While the following documented incidents fall outside the narrow scope of the variance. Oh,
Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you.
okay. While the following documented incidents fall outside the narrow scope of the variance, they are nonetheless relevant in assessing the applicant's pattern of compliance and the like.
I'm sorry, I'm really having a hard time understanding.
Oh,
Are you reading?
yes.
Yeah, why don't you just take, yeah.
I'm reading it.
Yeah, he's just reading from it, so
I'm
you
just
can
reading
just...
from it. Am I going too fast, or is that the problem?
No, it's just hard to hear.
Okay. Sorry. I'm a little bit nervous, though. Yeah, okay. While following documented incidences fall outside the narrow scope of this variance, they are nonetheless relevant in assessing the applicant's pattern of compliance and the likelihood of future adherence to zoning requirements. The property owned by Lachmin Mato has a documented history of code-related issues, including an occupied illegal apartment, since removed with the help of the town, heavy construction on Sundays, also stopped because the town got involved, and ongoing problems with recent installed burdensome side lighting that are again requiring town intervention. These incidents reflect a consistent disregard for both the town's zoning standards and the peaceful enjoyment of neighboring properties. So let me go to point number 3, detriment to my property and the neighborhood. Granting this variance would cause a substantial lasting detriment to my property and the surrounding neighborhood. First item is substantial elimination of the setback. So the request is to reduce the setback to 0 feet. Because the lot is already non-conforming due to the curve, this variance does not just ask for reduction, it seeks to eliminate the remaining legal distance entirely. This is 100% removal of the buffer, substantially increasing an existing non-conformity and fundamentally changing the spacing and character of our properties. I actually want to go to the picture, which was number 1. If you look at the neighborhood, this is a Google view. Everyone in the neighborhood actually has a single driveway. I know that our neighbor on the side, on the corner, that he actually asked for a variance, and that was, I actually have a number here, that was actually denied as well. Pretty much everyone has a single driveway. Direct harm to my home. The area in question sits just few feet from the bedroom window, meaning daily idling headlights and exhaust from the neighbor applicant's work van directly impacts my family health, rest, and ability to enjoy our property. The van idles up to 30 minutes in the morning. We have videos if you want to see it. It's actually amazing. 5 a.m. in the morning. The resulting fumes, noise, and vibrations are constant and unavoidable. Secondary impacts. The lack of setback raises drainage concerns, as runoff from the new paved area could naturally flow and pool across my front yard during heavy rain, risking lawn erosion and damaging existing landscaping. The loss of separation also invites constant light and noise intrusion from vehicles positioned at the property line, further degrading the quality of life, especially where the driveway converges into our home. Also, as a point number 4, approving this variance would set a troubling precedent, inviting other homeowners to eliminate setbacks and gradually eroding the residential character that the zoning code is designed to preserve. Almost done, almost done. Reasonable alternatives and willingness to work towards a solution. So that's my little paragraph. The applicant request is unnecessary and avoidable. It represents a matter of convenience, not hardship. There are clear and reasonable alternatives that would meet their parking needs and access needed without limiting the side yard setbacks. I actually did pictures in the neighborhood around different times of the day. That's actually on page 5. And you can actually see that we have so much parking on the street because on the other side there is just a corner house and there's absolutely nothing there. And you can look at the day, night, whatever, there's a lot of parking, so there's really no need for the parking. So actually, like I said, first there's ample street parking directly in front of and adjacent to the property, as shown in Exhibit 4. And multiple photos taken at different times of the day confirm that parking on Sunnyfield Road is consistently available. Second, if the applicant wishes to increase off-street parking, they could expand inwards towards the center of the property. There are no gas lines or major obstructions rather than encroaching towards the shared property line. If they want to expand it, go the other way. However, as a constructive alternative, I'm open to discussing a solution that maintains at least a minimal buffer. For example, moving the paved area 2.5 feet away from the property line, installing a row of dense evergreen planting. I actually did a drawing, sorry if it's not the perfect one, but essentially to give some privacy. This would meaningfully reduce the impact of noise, light, and exhaust while maintaining the intent of the town's setback requirements. Such an approach would demonstrate good faith, preserve neighborhood character, and provide a compromise that respects both properties. So I'm asking for that to be moved away from the property line. The applicant has not demonstrated any legitimate hardship that would justify this variance. On the contrary, they previously had a compliant driveway and created this issue themselves by expanding it illegally. The variance they now seek would eliminate the entire side yard setback, a substantial deviation that deviations that directly harms neighbors and undermines zoning protections. Given the clear determinant to my property, the availability of reasonable alternatives, the precedent would set and the applicants, I'm sorry, I got a little nervous. Given the clear detriment to my property, the availability of reasonable alternatives, the precedent this would set, and the applicant's ongoing pattern of non-compliance, I respectfully urge the board to deny this variance request in its current form and encourage the applicant to pursue a compliant, mutually acceptable alternative. Yes, I'm attending today, so.
Did you discuss this proposed solution with your neighbor?
No, I did not, because since they had the illegal apartment, we involved the town, and since then, essentially, they call police every time I open my mouth.
So Mr. Mathau has no idea about your idea?
No, I'm just presenting that today, yes, for discussion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can we suggest that?
Okay, he did. Okay. Okay. Any questions? Anybody else want to make questions? Yes, oh, yes, please, come on.
He left his glasses, just come back with his glasses. Thank you, sir.
Hi, promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Martin Freeze, 16 Sunnyfield Road, directly next door to the neighbors here.
Thank you, sir.
18 Sunnyfield Road. I've lived at 16 Sunnyfield Road since 1970 with my wife. We raised our 3 children there. And 10 years ago, our neighbors moved in. And I have to say, they have the nicest house on the block, and I've been there for over 55 years. So, I never had a problem with anything that goes on next door. Any work that was done, or the noise was not loud or anything like that. I took a picture of their house, and unless I misunderstand, I don't even see where there's a question here for anything. I can pass it around.
Yeah, I can't take the phone.
We can't do that.
Yeah, well, anyhow, there's no way you're gonna expand the driveway to the left, because you got a walkway, it just would look terrible, it wouldn't be practical. And I don't know what is expected for that little space between the driveway and the fence. I don't know how many feet, it's probably about 3-4 feet. What do they want, grass there? So they had mow that little piece of land? It just doesn't make sense. And I know that I have neighbors directly across the street from me. They have the driveways go right up to each other. There's probably that much space. So, I mean, maybe the variance was different back in the day when that was done, but there's no complaints. Oh, I lived there for 55 years. I've never heard of anybody complaining about neighbors. I believe in the good neighbor policy. I believe that you live and let live. There's no problem. I mean, I'm sorry that, I don't have a long presentation, but, to me, it's just like a non-issue, really a non-issue. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
And you
You
should
may
come to
come up-
more meetings.
Yeah.
Good neighbor,
If
good
somebody
neighbor.
else wishes to speak? Yes. Then please come up. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Because we can swear you all in, you can sit up here and, no, okay.
Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Yes.
Your name and address, please.
Marzena Paszek, 20 Sunnyfield Road, Hicksville, New York.
Can you spell your first name?
Marzena. And the last name is Paszek, P-A-S-C-E-K. Okay. Just short statement. Granting the request for commercial use of the driveway is a matter of significant concern. It will negatively impact the established residential character and quality of life in our suburban neighborhood. Specifically, the anticipated noise from early morning commercial truck idling, door slamming, and maintenance checks as early as 5 in the morning. He slams all 5 doors, he goes back to the house, he forgets something, he goes back, 5 o'clock in the morning. Represents a direct and intolerable disruption to the peace and enjoyment of our homes. Most critically, converting residential areas into commercial truck parking facilities will substantially and negatively impact local property valuations, setting a detrimental precedent for the entire community. We urge you to consider these serious financial and quality of life consequences. I work in a high school and my students deserve more than 100% from me every day. I help them getting to colleges. And also, if Marty, my neighbor, does not mind, maybe they could place driveway by his property. There is nothing there, there is grass, he has another entrance to the backyard with the fence, so he can move it right to his property line if he's such a great neighbor and doesn't mind.
Okay.
And they don't have the garage, no bedrooms there, so it wouldn't bother anyone because there are like living rooms. They are connected, the living rooms are close to them. I have bedroom to the driveway. He has living room, so he won't be affected. Maybe for him it's not a problem. For me it is.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the lengthy presentation. I really appreciate you being here at this time, and happy holidays. I hope
Thank
that
you.
you will
Thank
take
you for coming.
my
Anybody
side
else
under
wish to speak?
consideration. Happy holidays.
All right, you can come back up.
Sorry, I know it's getting late, but sorry to carry it on.
Your neighbor's proposing a compromise that you put a buffer in, you don't go directly to the property line, you put a 2.5-foot buffer in, you don't put flat grass there, you put some arborvitae's there, gives him a buffer, gives him an expanded driveway.
And what's the
We have a
length
photograph.
of that?
If we show her give her a copy of the
Yeah, he should have given her that.
This board likes neighbors to get along if they can, maybe this is a pathway to getting along.
The thing is, if we go closer to the house, it's gonna ruin the neighborhood, right? Now, if it does, Martin was saying, right, the other neighbors in the neighborhood who have dual cars in their driveway, right? Because of this one neighbor, everyone else in that neighborhood, you don't see them here. We have a very good relationship with basically everyone in the neighborhood. this neighbor over here has some type of grievance against us, and as you can see, the presentation was very, very long, even some, longer than some of his lawyers. So, the thing is, it just, as Martin said, it's a couple of sheep, right? We're getting a new vehicle for my wife as a gift. And we just wanna have our car parked there. It's not gonna affect them.
I think, okay, if my board members agree, I was gonna say we could put on reserve and take a look, but why don't you suggest if you,
Well, what are your thoughts on what your
yeah,
Did you, I mean.
would you be willing to do that?
It's gonna affect, it's gonna be pushing back
Take a look.
onto our stairway.
Look at the picture.
You know,
All
well,
right.
I mean, we'll consider it, but just to add that we're not, it's gonna be family vehicles in the driveway. We're not putting, you know, as, things as described, it was very graphic, but that's not what's happening. I'm looking to buy a new vehicle. My car is getting very old, it's getting rusty, so I'm looking to buy a new vehicle. So that's the idea of having the driveway to park a second vehicle.
Most of the, so we try to keep the neighborhood conforming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of your neighbors, if not all of your neighbors, do have a separation between their driveways, between their property lines. He's asking you to continue that.
But he has a fence.
You don't have to say yes to this.
Yeah.
He's asking if you want to do that.
No, but he's talking about going into like the
No,
stairway.
he's saying, so we'll have to look at this. I mean, like you said, it's a new idea. We'll have to look at it. and,
Okay,
you
we'll
know.
put this on reserve, and you can get back to Mrs. Clonica and let her know. She'll give you the information if you're willing to do that, okay?
Okay.
And then when we hear what your answer is, we'll vote.
You guys are
determine
gonna
it.
have to talk.
Yeah.
They don't talk to us. Yeah, it don't matter what we do, they don't talk to us.
Well, just look at that, if you're willing to
Right,
do
and,
that, okay, we'll
this is
talk to
gonna
you.
be
You're not allowed to talk.
No, no,
It's
no, he is very rude.
Applicant.
To me and my wife and my kids, so.
others
I
and
don't like that.
applicant. Okay, thank you.
Do I keep this?
You can have
No,
it.
you can't talk, applicant,
Here's my
um,
card. You can give me a
audience
call.
applicant, okay.
Let me know what you're thinking,
Okay,
okay?
thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, correspondence?
Nassau County Planning Commission recommends local determination.
Motion? Decision, well, we're gonna put it on reserve, wait for your response, and then make a decision. Can you get back to us within the week? Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, call the next case.
Okay. Hearing holdover 1, appeal number 25-333, JPM Owners LLC, 1132 North Broadway, Massapequa.
And thank you for letting us take those two quick cases.
I'll take one, Michael.
Do we have our own easel?
That's all right.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Michael.
May 15th, 25.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. My name is John Armentano. I'm an attorney with Farrell Fritz. We represent the applicant, JPM Owners LLC. Again, I'd like to thank the board for taking the time to hear this application. It may be a little lengthy. We have submitted to you a booklet, and I'll take you through this process. This is an application that is appealing the determination of the building department in the issuance of an appearance ticket for a violation of the zoning code. So we're seeking either the reversal of that determination, modification, and also an interpretation that this property operates under a grandfathering status. A certificate of occupancy was issued for the premise back in October of 1967.
confirming that the premises were all built in conformance with the plans that are part of your booklet. And but one of the reasons we're here is because there has been an increase in the volume of activities, not so much the increase or change in activities. And we have members of the community in support, and I know we're also going to be hearing from members of the community who are in opposition. Well, before we get to the merits of this application, I wanted to familiarize yourself with the property. I don't know if you had the chance to visit the property. I'm hoping that you have. The first exhibit is the location of the subject property at 1132 North Broadway. It is just south of North Kentucky Avenue. Exhibit 2 is the notice of violation, and the particular part that we are referencing before this board is that the change in occupancy requires a change in zone and a special permit for the activities taking place on the property. The Exhibit 3 is the resolution granted by the town board in 1962 that changed the zone from residential to, at that time, it was F business, which has since been changed to neighborhood business. And so this is the resolution that changed the subject property back in 67 to be in the F business zone. And it was for a larger parcel. It was the entire length of North Broadway. And subsequent to that, there was an amendment, and there was the Exhibit 4 is the zoning board decision that granted a variance to erect a commercial building on the plot, having less lot area and less rear yard. And that's the subject property that we're before you today. And it makes particular reference to Plan 6496 by Joseph Del Marco, and those plans are attached as Exhibit 5. And I have that blown up in front of you as well. The pertinent part of these plans, I believe, and the building has not changed. The construction has not changed. I'm sure you're familiar with this. This used to be Carney's Auto Glass, if you're familiar with the area, and then it changed to KP Glass. So if you look at the first exhibit, the first page of Exhibit 5, that shows you the first floor elevations, and it's along the street of North Kentucky. And clearly what is there are 4 car bays, which have not changed. They are exactly the same as they are today. 2 are large overhead bays, and 2 are smaller than that. And if you look at the next page of that exhibit, the floor plan, and I've highlighted on your plans, and I apologize for the legibility of this because these are older plans, but it does indicate, when I have highlighted, this is the shop area, which is directly in line with the areas where the overhead garage door bays are located, and then it also locates the retail sales area, which is in the front where some of the larger pieces of glass are sold and are still being sold to this day. So moving, to Exhibit 6. This is the certificate of occupancy that was issued in October of 1967, and I've highlighted the operative language here. This is a for F zone use only, and what is important to to bring before this board is that when the CO was issued, as typically all COs, when they are issued, there's language which states, and it says it in this CO as well, that this certifies that the construction was substantially in accordance with the plans filed for the above building permit and to all requirements of the building zone ordinance and the building code of the town of Oyster Bay. So that is essence, and there's law to this effect, which states the CO was issued for this structure, and that would, because it met the zoning requirements at the time. And we submit that the use of the property was for auto glass as well as the sale of commercial glass. So the concept of auto glass means that there is work on cars being done. That's automobile the windshields, the rear view mirrors, all those types of pieces, the rear glass as well, all of that was permitted by the code at that time. It wasn't a public garage, which would have required a special permit. That is not what was before this board. That's not in the record that we have. But what was approved was an auto glass dealership on this property in the F zone, which then did allow for the work to take place on vehicles. It is a form of auto repair to replace the windshields. It is a form of auto repair to change the rear view mirror. So there is an auto repair concept. While it may not have gone through the process at the town board at the time when they required a special permit before the town board for an auto repair facility, this was allowed to be constructed. The zoning code was obviously looked at. The CO was issued by the building department to allow for there to be bays for cars to be worked on this property. And you'll hear from some of the neighbors, and I believe some of the testimony and some of the opposition letters also reference the fact that cars have been worked on in this facility. So then turning to Exhibit 7, we were lucky enough to get some pictures from Google Earth, which shows the street view, and this takes you back, not back to 1967, but it brings you back to 2007, and you can clearly see the existing building as it is existing today in 2007. The next slide is showing the bay doors open with cars obviously being worked on in the auto bays. If you can make it out, there are lifts that are still there to this day. The next photograph is of the subject property in 2009. Again, we have heard from neighbors that there were cars parked on the property. This seems to have been a common practice at the property prior to my client owning the property. And again, these are photographs indicating those activities occurring at the subject property. You have the next photograph is 2011, showing the front as well as the side yard, the side of the building. Again, there are normal activities of an auto glass repair facility taking place on this property. No violations were issued at this time. There seems to have been an uptick in activity at the site, therefore generating the complaint which caused the issuance of the notice of violation. So I think if time can tell, there has been this kind of activity here, I would argue, for decades, and we were able to get a snapshot of at least a decade or two. We're back in 2007, which seems to be around the corner, but it was a decade or two before. Again, there's a photograph of 2012, again showing the use and occupancy of KP glass. You'll note the cars that are placed outside. They are a form of, I would guess, advertisement for the work that's taking place. Again, there's a photograph of 2015, similar activities on the street and the side yard. Again, 2016, the same kind of activities are occurring. I apologize for the repetitiveness, but we do need to make a record here for obvious reasons. There is also another photograph in 2017. 2018, again, the bay doors are open. You can clearly see cars being placed inside the building for work which would have been auto glass repair. 2019, again, the pictures do speak for themselves. 2012, again, this is showing a continual pattern of use that has not changed. And my client didn't come into ownership until late 2004. So October of 2004 is when he purchased the property. And you can see in this 2025 photograph, this is now how my client is operating the same facility. Not much has changed. I have sensed something has changed in the neighborhood for some of the neighbors. So that brings us to And so that was kind of familiarizing yourself with the property. The issue then becomes what was a result of a change of zone by the town board. I believe it started in 2006 and then was reiterated in 2022, where the town board had originally had neighborhood business down both sides of North Broadway in this location. It used to travel, as you're familiar with North Broadway, it's a smattering of residential, but there's commercial. It's kind of a mixed use. It's a major thoroughfare. That's the activities that we all have come to know and live with and enjoy. What happened in 2002 is, for some reason, and I have not been able to discover this reason, maybe we'll hear from Tim on this point. The issue was then that the change of zone took all the neighborhood business on the east side. It was converted back to Res R17. So now there's been a rezoning along this entire strip of North Broadway, which places a significant number of properties the commercial properties in a pre-existing non-conforming status. So it's not just our property. The property to the immediate east is an office building. All of those commercial operations, basically for about, I'd say, about a half a mile on the east side of North Broadway, have all been rezoned back to residential. I'm not sure the reason, I can't divine that, but that places a significant number of properties in the situation where they are a pre-existing, non-conforming.
But they're still there.
That is correct. The operations are still there, but again, as the board is aware, there's a detriment to a non-conforming use, right? We all understand the purposes and the reasons that a non-conforming use doesn't fit in the code or the zoning, but it is allowed to be preserved because it has certain property rights, and I believe we have the same property rights. And non-conforming uses, and there's plenty of law to this effect, as long as they don't enlarge, they're allowed to remain. It's a property right. So you're allowed to continue, you can't enlarge. And enlargement means obviously to make bigger, to expand. But there's significant case law that talks to an increase in volume is not an intensification of a non-conforming use. The mere fact that the volume of work, the same work, does not intensify your zoning nonconformity. That's a big distinction that I would like the board to take note of. The increase in volume does not intensify the nonconforming use. The law speaks to not intensifying nonconforming uses, and that's for good reason. But the volume, it's as if you're running a printing press and you're doing more work, but you're still a printing press. The value, I'm using it as an example.
Yeah, no, that's a
Not
good
that I'm saying that that's what we are, but the increase in the volume of product, or in this case, customers, does not intensify your non-conforming status. That's an important distinction for the board to take note of. So what has resulted with this zone change is that all of the commercial operations on the east side of North Broadway, and several gas stations as well, and repair shops, are now existing in the pre-existing non-conforming world, which is a perilous place to exist, because if anything changes, you can potentially lose your non-conforming status. So we're sitting here asking for you to allow my client to continue his operations. So in considering the code amendments and what was granted with respect to this certificate of occupancy, our position is that the automobile activities at the site were always contemplated. The plan shows a 4-bay service station with extensive shelving in the rafters, suggesting a capacity for auto parts such as windshields, such as rear view mirrors, things that were always done at this subject property. And I don't know if you've ever been to this property, but it is operating the same way that it always has, with the increase in volume. And based on these plans, the zoning board, your predecessors, who granted the area variance and the rear yard variance, had these plans in front of them, which clearly showed the bays. They were tacitly approving the activity, and the ownership that came in immediately after was the Carney Auto. I just want to submit this as well. These are the Nassau County, these are the older tax cards, and they sometimes have interesting information on them, and I'll submit this to the board, but when this was constructed, it does note the occupancy as Carney's Auto Glass, so I think that's important. Sorry. Again, because you may hear commentary that there may not have been auto activities on the site, but clearly, at the inception, the occupant was the Carney's Auto Glass work on automobiles. The plans speak to the same concept, so we'd like to put that in the record as well. And as this board is aware, the town code also has a non-conforming use section, which I believe we can utilize for our particular circumstances. The town code, the zoning code 246-4.2.1.1, as we know, provides that whenever zoning district classification or restriction affecting the property shall be changed as to render non-conforming a use, and it goes on to say, such use, building, or structures may nevertheless be continued. And that's where we find ourselves. And there's another section of that non-conforming use provision, and it's 246-4.2.2.3, and it states that no non-conforming use or building or structure shall be enlarged or extended except that such non-conforming uses may be extended throughout any parts of a building or structure which were obviously or manifestly arranged or designed only for such use at the time of the adoption of this chapter. Again, that points back to what I think is the most operative part of this application. And again, the file is very limited because it's an old file, not a lot has happened. But again, if you consider this section of your non-conforming use code, says that you cannot expand except that such non-conforming use may be extended throughout any part of this building. That is what has happened. Although we would submit the activities have stayed within the bays, even if that was not the case and certain things were happening in the bays, such as the storage of large sheets of auto glass or something to that effect, it clearly was designed for automobile use. There are bay doors, and again, to reiterate the point, the auto glass concept clearly means work on a car. And your code allows for that non-conforming use to be extended throughout the building because as it was designed. And there's another provision of the zoning code which the board may want to avail itself of for our benefit, and we hope you might. It is the same section 246-4.2.6, and it discusses improvements of non-conforming uses, and I won't read the entire section to you, but it basically states that in order that the adverse external effects of a non-conforming use may be reduced or gradually brought into greater conformity, the zoning board may permit the applicant to make changes to the building in such a way as to reduce what may be the offending aspects of the non-conforming use. So we're here also willing to make that type of a compromise with the board. As I'm sure you'll hear from some of the neighbors, we are clearly here to keep a young man's business going. He bought this property with the understanding he could continue this activity. I'm not saying ignorance is an excuse. We did not represent him at the time of the transaction. He is here and relied on representations that he could continue this activity. So we're looking to continue to keep a young man operating in the town. He also lives in the town. So this is a concept I'd like the board to take note of. And there is case law that also speaks to what the effect is of not having what may have been required at this time. It's a case decided by the Second Department in 1989. It's Di Nicolia versus Scarpelli, just for the attorney on the board. It's 154 AD 2nd, 462. It was a very similar situation where a motor vehicle service station, a little bit beyond what this property was used for, but a CO was issued by the municipality, which stated, as your CO state, that this construction, these plans were in accordance with the zoning code. Their code, this was New Hyde Park, their code had a very similar requirement to your F zone, where there was a requirement of a special permit for a public garage. And that was brought to their attention in 1987, and they had to go to their board. Their board denied the application. It went to the appellate division, and the appellate division found that the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, taking note and recognition of what the plans were at that time, is tantamount to having that approval, and they found that there was no need for that special permit. That case is very closely resembling this, and I just wanted the board to take note of that as well. So we've gone through the historic photographs. What is happening on the property is, again, so that the board understands, this is a modernization of the auto glass work that includes the repair and replacement of automobile. The glass components in many modern cars have a lot of sensors. Some of them even have holograms. They have all different kinds of things that occur in the auto glass, and my client does a lot of that diagnostic work, because many times when you need to replace the windshields, you need very high-tech equipment to calibrate what's happening with the sensors. And again, we have invoices of the work that's being done, and we have submitted those invoices as Exhibit 8. They're hard to read, and we can always get you larger sizes, but these are showing the work that is done, damaged wires on wires from water. So he's doing little things to when they're replacing the glass. There's programming, there's removal. These are invoices of the activities that are taking place. This is not an auto repair facility. You may hear from others that he did operate in another location, a much more robust auto repair facility. That is not the case here, and if the board would condition that to be one of the conditions here, I believe my client would be willing to enter into that. So I just want to make that clear for the record as well. But with the advancement of the technology, there's a little bit more that has to be done, and many times my clients are contacted by other auto repair facilities that need him to fine-tune what's being done. He's very gifted, and he has the equipment because he's expended significant monies to get these very expensive diagnostic tools. So he's receiving cars, and they may show up by tow truck to be worked on inside the building to do this type of diagnostic and calibrating activities. And that may be what has caused the neighborhood to have noticed, because if we recall, this prior use at KS Glass was in a little bit of a dormant phase. So unfortunately, it was still operating, so it didn't lose its nonconformity, but it was not operating at the volume that people were used to. I think it was kind of slumbering a little bit, if you will, and then it has been awakened, and it has awakened the neighbors as well, and it has awakened the town. But again, we believe that we're still falling well within the parameters of a grandfathering use. So we've gone through the exhibits, and then we've also been able to gather, and that's Exhibit 9. We have about 38 letters of support. I know there's a few letters in opposition. 17 of the letters that we had put in this booklet are from residential neighbors. 2 of them, the first 2, are from the neighbors immediately to the north, and they're here tonight. and the neighbor to the immediate west, who is also here tonight. So the immediate neighbors are okay with this and have lived with this, and they're here tonight, which I think is a testament to my client's abilities to work well with his neighbors, as I know the board likes. Again, there are other neighbors who maybe do not feel that way this evening. We also have, and these came in today. These are additional letters of support in addition to what we've submitted. In particular, we did receive copies of the opposition letters. Some of the commentary was that the activities at this property was somehow impacting the preschool. It's Wind in the Willows across the street. We were able to receive quite a bit of correspondence from the Wind in the Willows in support. I believe the owner has written a letter herself. We are submitting them, as well as many of the parents who bring their children to the Wind in the Willows, to attest to the fact that, in their opinion, the operations at my client's property are not impacting their children's drop-off. I don't see how that would be, because Wind in the Willows is on the other side of the street. But just to respond to the comments that were made previously by neighbors, we decided to go out and kind of isolate that issue.
I'm familiar with Wind in the Willows.
I'm sorry?
I'm familiar with Wind and Willow, and you're right on that. People, it's on the other side of the street.
Yes.
And nobody parks on the other side of the street.
I would think that'd be not a good thing to do.
On Broadway without a light.
Right. And I love the name, by the way. So anyway, it's a great place. So just to I know it's a late evening, but we're here to make our record. There's obviously ample support by the neighbors. The applicant continues to perform auto glass work within an additional ancillary repairs, right? We're not doing major car work to the issues here, to the cars. There's been no cessation or abandonment of the auto glass repair. And I know there were, and just in a quick response, because we had the opportunity to see and read the neighbors' comments, there was a concern with respect to hours of operation. I can assure you that we are well within the requirements of the town's 9 to 7 p.m. There may be an occasional light on where my client is doing paperwork, but he's not operating the business. So I know there was some commentary about that. There's only one other employee who works with James at the subject property. Again, there were comments regarding parking on the street being impacted. There are cars being parked on the street that are not associated with my client's property. There are actually cars being parked on the street to go up and down, because it's a tough street to get. It's a busy location. Cars have been parked, and we have video of cars being parked near the end in advance of where it says no parking, right? Because you want to have some leeway between the road and North Broadway. There are also cars that are being parked for non-patrons and non-cars from our property. So I just want to address that issue. We may hear otherwise from the neighbors. There may have been an issue, and I don't want to go into too much of the tit for tat, because there's always seems to be that with neighbors. There was also an incident with an oil delivery truck, not the fault of my clients. I think, you get the understanding the sidewalk has been resurfaced so that it is passable. That was another issue that was raised. There has been a permit issued by the town for that work, so that issue has been resolved as well. And again, I know I've gone on at some length, and I know the town is here to speak as well. I do have my client here who want to say a few quick words to you, and then I will turn it over to the town, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Just have to swear you in, okay, sir? Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Your name and address, please.
James Denias. This address or my home address?
Your home address.
No, it's 7 Stone Lane, Levittown, New York.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, or good night, I guess, for the members of the board. My name's James Denias. I'm the sole owner of JPM Owners LLC. I'm both the property owner and the main technician at the site that's being talked about today. I purchased the property in September of 2024 from HD Realty Corp. Before purchasing this property, my expediter did a FAL search for the property town approval, for prior town approvals, and existing certificates seem to be within spec. Based on the document provided, there was a change of zone approval to the business's F zone and the COs for F zone usage. When I purchased the property, it was in my understanding that I had all the approvals and certificates that were already issued. According to the New York DMV, prior business had KP Auto had already a DMV facility number, which I also have back in 1988. If you look on Google, KP Glass has dozens of reviews of them working on cars, and Kevin is a friend of mine, still talk to him to this day. As far as I was aware, the shop has always been auto glass repair for years, over years. I purchased the property just to continue the similar type of auto repair. My intention is simply to legally operate my business and willing to work with the town to come to a fair solution. And thank you. I hope you guys had a good holiday too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Ask for anybody wish to speak? Raise your hands, okay. Do you want to swear them all in, but do you want Mr. Zeig to speak first? Yes, first, certainly.
Thank you.
You have to swear you in. Promise to tell the truth during these proceedings.
I do.
Name and address, please.
My name is Timothy Zeike, Z-I-K-E. My business address is 74 Audrey Avenue, Oyster Bay, New York. I appear before the board tonight. Thank you very much for seeing me, and hello to all the members. I appear before the zoning board tonight in my official capacity as the Deputy Commissioner for the Town of Oyster Bay's Department of Planning and Development. Along with me tonight is the Zoning Inspector 1, Jane Feniza. She's in our Code Enforcement Bureau. She was the zoning inspector of record that issued the notice of violation and appearance ticket that's the subject of tonight's appeal before the board. Obviously, I come here before the board tonight, here to defend the town's position as to why that notice of violation was issued and why that appearance ticket was given in the first place. We're going to look at, and if you allowed me the opportunity, I'm going to go through the reasons why and what the legal use of this property was historically through the town records. I have documents which I'll submit as exhibits that will prove the town's stance on why this matter came to a notice of violation as well as an appearance ticket. It's coming down to basically a debate of what the town believes is a retail site versus an automotive repair site. I want to start off really quickly in defining what a nonconforming use is. There's basically two ways that a nonconforming use can exist in the town of Oyster Bay, according to the town's code. The town's modern-day zoning code went into effect back on May 25th, 1943. If you had any type of use or building that existed prior to the enactment of the town's local zoning in May 25th, 1943, you were what's known as nonconforming, meaning you legally existed prior to the town's adoption of the modern zoning code. The other way, in which Mr. Armentano kind of alluded to, was if I have a legally existing use and a CO, and then the town goes and changes the zone, because I'm already legally existing, and let's say the new zone doesn't accommodate the existing use, you would then become a nonconforming use as well. That's how you have a nonconforming use. The contention of the town is to prove tonight that the nonconforming use that Mr. Armentano is alluding to, one, was a retail use, not automotive repair, and two, it's the town's contention to take it a step further that because the nonconforming use was expanded, changed, and altered, that nonconforming use has now been lost. And that's the way that the zoning code is written. When you expand, change, alter, or modify the nonconforming use, you lose the nonconforming use and you lose the benefit of that. So if I may, I'm going to start with the history of the site. We're obviously talking about 1132 North Broadway, Massapequa, known on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map as Section 48, Block 57, Lot 71. The original zoning classification was in fact a residential D district, which is the equivalent of an R17 district today. And moving forward, I'd like to produce some exhibits to now tell the story of how this site came into being. The town will concede, as Mr. Armentano said in his presentation. I'm going to give the board secretary a copy of the town board resolution dated January 23rd, 1962, which grants a change of zone from the D district, the D residential district, to an F district, which is known today as a neighborhood business district. So I'm going to hand that off to the secretary.
What year was that?
1962. It was at the town board meeting of January 23rd, 1962. Mr. Armentano also alluded to, and the town will agree, the current zoning is in fact an R17 district. As alluded to during his presentation, and I'm going to submit now another exhibit for the board. It's a copy of the Town of Oyster Bay zoning map. And just so you know, it's originally adopted on April 25th, 2006, as amended on August 24th, 2022. I've located the section, block, and lot of 1132 North Broadway, Massapequa, showing that the zoning currently now is an R17 district.
Since 2006.
Since 2006. As Mr. Armentano alluded to, I'm not sure the methodology or reasoning behind why the town board put that zone back to an R17 zoning district, but obviously, as you know, the town board is the final zoning arbiter here in the town of Oyster Bay. They have all say over final zoning. Right now, it's zoned as an R17 zoning district.
How long is that area that it covers? What does it cover from?
It covers a good portion of that Massapequa area on North Broadway. I know Ms. Cloninger is going to pass it around. The R17 district expands from a small portion just south of Boundary Avenue and goes all the way down towards North Albany Avenue and all the city street names that are down in North Massapequa.
Goes all the way down to all?
It does, yes. There is, let me just see here, a very small portion zone neighborhood business just north of North Delaware, going through North Detroit, up to North Michigan, but then everything north of that is located in the R17 zoning district.
And that was changed, you said? All that?
That was changed on the official zoning map that the town board adopted. So the town board adopted that in 2006, the zoning change, and then affirmed it and amended back in 2022.
So everything north of North Michigan?
It is R17 zoning district. The next item that I'd like to submit to Ms. Cloninger for the board's review is a copy of the Town of Oyster Bay zoning ordinance. It was modified in January 27th, 1953, revised June 7th, 1966, which was the zoning code and building code that were in place at the time of adoption of when the building permit was issued for the construction of the original building. And I'll walk you through that in a second. And I will attest and affirm that these are copies that I made out of the town zoning book myself, which I have in my office. These are historical records. So as I indicated in my description, this is the copy. It's dated January 27th, 1953. I made a copy of the back page that shows it's revised June 7th, 1966. And in that code, I just want to point out, it's not a full copy of the code. It's just portions that I picked out that's relevant to the case here tonight. There's 3 items I want to point out for the board. There's 3 definitions that were defined in the code at the time. The first one being a private garage. It's a building used for the storage of non-commercial automobiles and all types of farm machinery and conveyances owned and regularly used by or on behalf of the owner or tenant of the lot in which it's erected, and only for a purpose accessory to the permitted use of the lot. Basically, it was like if you had your house and you had a garage, that would be a private garage where you're storing your car. The second one is a minor garage. It's a building, not a private garage, 1 story in height, and used for the storage only of non-commercial automobiles. The last one is a public garage. It's a building other than a private or a minor garage used for housing, storage, or repair of trucks, trailers, and automobiles, whether or not accessory or incidental to another use. So that would be what we know today as an auto body shop or an automotive repair shop. The last 2 pages that I want to call the board's attention to is the F Business District, which is the Neighborhood Business District. And under Article 8 is a list of all the approved uses in the F zoning district back in 1966. And I call to the board's attention on the last one, it's number 19 underneath the article. A public garage and filling station, when permitted by the town board after a public hearing and subject to the following provisions: that no repair work shall be performed in the open. Pumps, lubricating, and other devices shall be located at least 25 feet away from the line of any street or highway right-of-way. All fuel, oil, or similar substances shall be stored at least 35 feet distant from any street or lot line, and no automobile parts, dismantled vehicles, and similar articles shall be stored in the open. This basically says that if you'd like to have an automobile repair shop in an F district back in 1966, you'd need permission of the town board, basically a special use permit. The next item I'd like to submit as an exhibit to the board is a copy, and I'll go through it with you. It's a copy of a building permit, number B08343, issued on June 11th, 1965, with the variance that was attached to it. It's 64-763. And basically, it was a building permit issued by the town for the 50 by 90 foot construction of a mercantile building, type 2B construction, C2 classification, with some other minor requirements on there. Attached to it is the building permit itself, and attached to this is the application for that building permit. And the reason I made copies of this is twofold. Underneath the application, there's a section that says to be used as and occupied as. It's checked off as commercial, and then underneath it, there's options to write private garage, public garage, and detached private garage, attached garage, public garage. The public garage is not checked. So it's indicated at that time the property owner had no intention of doing any type of automotive repair work. The second aspect of this...
What year was that?
I'm sorry?
What year was that?
This was 1965.
Okay.
The second part of this application I want to call your attention to is underneath where it says proposed building to be used for. On there, they put it's the new location for the Kearney Glass Shop, a glass shop. As part of this one exhibit, I included the Zoning Board of Appeals variance, which was granting a variance to erect a commercial building on a plot having less area and less rear yard than required by ordinance. It was granted. And then attached to that was a memo dated March 24th, 1966. It's from the town clerk's office, addressed to the building department and the Board of Zoning Appeals. And it says, and I quote, application of David Millman and Joy Holding Corporation for rescission of restrictive covenants, section 48, block 57, lot 71, zone F. Variance case number 64-763, Joy Holding Corp. was granted permission to erect a commercial building which reduced the required rear yards by 1.8 feet. The Board of Appeals was not made aware of the restrictive covenants on the subject parcel, which in fact was represented as a single and separate building lot in the neighborhood business zone. The variance, however, granted on December 10th, 1964, expired on March 10th, 1965, and is of no longer force or effect. As a result of that memo, this entire building permit was then canceled and completely wiped out. Moving forward, in the next exhibit I'm going to provide to the board, is a copy of the certificate of occupancy, which Mr. Armentano mentioned before, dated October 13th, 1967. It does in fact certify that a 90 by 50-foot, two-story commercial building was constructed, saying that F-zone uses only, type 5 construction, C2 classification. Now, I noticed before that Mr. Armentano mentioned that it's F-zone use only, and it does say that on the CO, but I want to point out to the board again that under the 1966 code that I just provided to you, automotive repair and anything dealing with automotive repair was not permitted unless you had a special use permit from the town board. The second part of this aspect of the CO that's interesting is this C2 classification. I noticed Mr. Armentano didn't mention it before, but what I did was additional research, and I found a New York State building code in effect at the time, which dubbed what a C2 classification is, and I'll also submit that as evidence as well. The C2 designation is in fact listed as a mercantile use or a retail use, not automotive repair. The town acknowledged that the building that was constructed was a C2 classification according to the New York State Building Code. It's a mercantile use, not an automotive repair shop. Just going back to the exhibit I had mentioned before, attached is the building permit, number C4436, issued on December 12, 1966. This is important because this application ended up superseding the one that I just submitted as an exhibit. On that application too, now the second application submitted by the property owner, underneath where it says to be used as and occupied as, it's checked off as commercial, and then underneath where it says attached private garage or a detached private garage or a public garage, there are no indications, marks, or anything indicating that they were going to use this as a public garage, meaning an automobile repair place. And then where it says proposed building to be used as is commercial. Attached to that is a copy of the variance, now done a second time by the Zoning Board of Appeals, 66-607, dated October 20th, 1966, which was a variance to erect a commercial building on a plot having less area and less rear yard than ordinance requires. So here's the first exhibit I'd like to hand in with the CO, and then the second exhibit where it shows the New York State Building Code of the time having a C2 classification showing it as mercantile. So next I would like to submit pictures that the Code Enforcement Bureau within the department itself had taken over time. It ranges from the time period of October of 2024 as recently as October 28th, 2025, which shows the existing conditions on the property. If you have any questions in terms of what we're taking, Inspector Feniza is available. When she was at the site, she can confirm that she did see an automotive repair facility being operated out of there, storage of materials outside. Inside, there were lifts that were shown with work being done on the car. Now, Mr. Armentano before had
Glass work being done on the car?
all types of automotive repair. So Mr. Armentano before alluded to the fact that the original building built in 1967 had bay doors on it. If you look closely, and I know he submitted as part of his submission up there, the plan that was approved showed that one area as the shop area. That shop area was used as an incidental use for the vans coming in to supply materials, pick or make deliveries to residents. It brought materials in. It fabricated glass, cut the glass, and then they did not have any lifts. There was no car lifts, no automobile lifts. Nothing of that nature were installed, and it's shown on that plan. It's just an open shop area where they stored materials, where they most likely had vans that went in, delivered materials, picked up materials, delivered them. The one thing of interest, which if board requires, I can get for you, there were restrictive covenants recorded on the property that talked about not having outdoor storage of vehicles. Those restrictive covenants ultimately were rescinded later on before this building was constructed. The thought process behind it was that they probably didn't want the glass vans or accessory vehicles stored outside, so they stored them in their own garage inside the building. There was no work being done at that time. There was no lifts, there was no mechanic equipment, there was nothing of that nature. Over the years, this has morphed into an automotive repair. Before, Mr. Armentano and his client alluded to the fact that this automotive repair business has been in effect and obtained a New York State DMV license to do automotive repair. The one thing that puzzles the department itself is doing research in the town files. There's no indication that, again, an automotive use was approved. Typically and historically, when the DMV issues a license for automotive repair, in my experience, the process has always been the applicant will file a request from the DMV to the town clerk. The town clerk will then do a referral over to the Department of Planning and Development, and then the department will respond to the town clerk saying, yes, this is zoned for automotive repair and has a valid CO, or no, it is not. There's been no requests that are shown in the department records, nor has there been any correspondence between the town clerk and that department requesting DMV licensing. I had made the argument that the original building and use for that property is strictly a retail component. The sheer fact that I was able to go on the New York State DMV website and you do a simple search, it shows JAR Performance Auto Specialist located at 1132 North Broadway, Massapequa, and they have a license for a repair shop. The original granting back in 1988 that was done, there's no record that the town gave any type of indication to the DMV that it was a legal use in the first place. The assumption is, and I'm saying it's an assumption, the DMV, in order to issue this license, relied on prior licenses and probably never asked for the municipality approval, but it does not exist in the town records. With all that said, that now takes us to what our Code Enforcement Bureau has done. The Bureau received complaints about the facility and how it's being used. Just because it morphed into an automotive repair use doesn't mean it was legal. It just morphed into that over the years, and it's never been reported to the town. I think the defense of I bought it that way doesn't hold water in this case. I think it's very clear that at the time that this business or place was sold, due diligence wasn't done on someone's part. If I were an attorney, and I'm not, I would have asked for some type of documentation from the town of Oyster Bay to say you have a legal use here as an automotive repair shop. The CO that's currently in existence, again, is very clear. It shows it that it's only permitted to have uses approved in the F district, which public garages were not approved, and a C2 classification, mercantile. Our code inspector goes out and then cites them a number of times with multiple notices of violations dating back to last October of 2024. The applicant and the property owner had ample time to try and make corrections and come into compliance. At the time the applicant or the property owner made an application to the department, the planning division back in January earlier this year did do a letter response back saying that to maintain the automotive repair use, the planning division said that a change of zone and a special use permit would be required. By today's standards, in the zoning code as it exists today, an automotive repair facility is not permitted in an NB zoning district. It's not permitted in an R17 zoning district. The fact that Mr. Armentano is trying to make arguments about non-conforming uses and such would be great and would apply to this situation, but we're at the point now, because the use has changed, the nonconformity is lost, there's no nonconforming use to work with at this point. So there would be really no avenue for this board then to entertain anything further. The one item, too, that I took note of was when Mr. Armentano says that, it's just an uptick in the business that's taking place. In the package that Mr. Armentano provided for you, there are invoices in there that talk about JAR Performance, Inc. That doesn't sound like a glass facility to me. And to me, I believe there's probably two different corporations that are operating out of that one building. So it's still not used as a whole glass place. The fact of the matter is that the zoning inspector went there, cited them for not having a building permit for the changes in alterations inside the building, the introduction of lifts and things like that. And I'll concede and understand that the current owner may have inherited it like that, but prior owners never filed for it. There's no CO for the use right now as an automotive repair, which is a direct violation of Chapter 93, Section 28. And I know that's not something that the board can entertain because it's not part of Chapter 246. I'm just making you aware of the open violation. There was a change in use, which is a violation of Chapter 93, Section 30, where any type of change of use in a property requires a new certificate of occupancy. There's no special use permit on file, and the issue at hand is Chapter 246, a district use zoning violation, where we are alleging the change in use is improper, illegal, and not permitted to be at that site. Talking about zoning remedies, I think we're at a situation where there's not many options here for the attorney and his client. The town is very open to try and work out, negotiate, and come up with a concept, but legally, the way that the code exists doesn't allow an opportunity, again, and I mentioned it before, and I apologize for sounding repetitive. It does not allow for automotive repair facility in an NB district, and it's not even zoned NB, it's in a residential zoning district. And I don't believe there's any opportunity to come before the zoning board to try and make any changes because the town's stance is that the non-conforming use now is gone. It's no longer used as retail. There may be a retail component of selling glass, but the automotive use makes it a completely different use on the site, therefore nullifying the non-conforming use.
But they've been installing glass for years.
I don't disagree with that, but the main concept of how it was permitted was, again, as a retail establishment. Mercantile, I go in there, I'd like a new mirror for my bathroom, I could buy a mirror from there. I need glass for a shower door. I broke a pane in my window, I need it replaced. That's why it existed. Again, those garage bay doors, we don't believe was intended to do any type of automotive repair. It would have been indicated on there. Everyone who had a shop historically had that to do work on their product or the material that they were trying to sell or deliver. I believe that, again, those overhead doors were created to have their vans, delivery trucks, and materials all bring in supplies, materials, and to do work in fabrication of glass inside the shop. It wasn't meant to do automotive repair.
So the fact that they were putting in windshields for 15 years, nobody caught that before this?
Again, the town is a complaint-driven department. Unless there's complaints given to the town, I don't have a cavalcade of inspectors that go out looking for violations. It's reported to us, we address the matter at hand. This happened to get brought up to us when the ownership changed. As Mr. Amatano alluded to, there was probably an uptick in business, which probably set up a lot of red flags, and that's when people became wise to it. Finally, just to close out my final couple of comments, I'd like to submit to the board, and I have multiple copies, correspondence which was sent to the town supervisor's office, to the Department of Planning and Development. The first one is dated November 15th, 2025. It's addressed to Mr. Joseph Saladino as town supervisor, Mr. Greg Carmen as deputy town supervisor, Commissioner Angelo Delegati from the Department of Planning and Development, and Frank Scalera as town attorney. It's a number of reasons why neighbors in the area are opposed to having the automobile repair facility there, and there's approximately 10 signatures from the neighborhood residents that had signed this. Not only did I make a copy for Ms. Cloninger and the official files, I have copies here for the board members as well to take a look at if that's all right.
What about Dominic's down there? How is that different? Why is that?
Couple months ago, it's funny that you'd mentioned that. A couple months ago, the owners came into the town to talk about potentially doing some changes to the property. I happened to research that property. Dominic's Auto exists right now with a special use permit that was granted to them by the town board in the late 1950s. So they are truly what I'd call a non-conforming use. Even though they're zoned residential, the town board had granted a special use permit back in the late 1950s. So that's how they exist as an automobile repair facility.
And they're still in existence today.
Correct. To my knowledge, Dominic's is still operating. Well, twofold. So if the use ceases for more than a year, the non-conforming use dies. And if they're in a situation, and this is all hypothetical, if they change their operations, they introduce tow car operations, they introduce something not conducive to a residential zone, they too would lose the non-conforming use on it. Next letter that I have is from a Joseph and Maria Canova. It was dated November 24th, 2025. I again have copies for Ms. Cloninger for the record and for the board members as well. It was addressed to Lula Russo, who works in the town supervisor's office. Again, listing reasons why the facility shouldn't be in existence and the problems that it's caused over the past few years. The final set of correspondence I'd like to hand over is from an Eric Anderson. My belief is that the zoning board should have all these already in the record. I believe Ms. Cloninger is a copy recipient. This too is addressed to Lula Russa in the town supervisor's office, dated November 24th, 2025. Again, detailing reasons why they oppose the existence of the auto body repair facility. They were all the same. This can go to Sue. The reasons that the local residents had written in obviously are quality of life reasons, and that's what the town and town zoning is established to do, is to protect quality of life both for the residents, but strike a balance in having business in the area as well. Just to give you a quick highlight of some of the items that are addressed in some of these letters that are before you, and I'm just going to quote some of the language that was in there. The first one, they wrote in, blocking access to North Kentucky Avenue with tow trucks for extended periods of time that restricted the ability of residents to enter and leave the block. Blocking access to North Kentucky Avenue with delivery trucks for extended periods of time that restricts the ability of the residents to enter and leave the block. Vehicles constantly parking beyond the no parking here to corner signs that significantly restrict the ability of cars entering and leaving the block. This also restricts visibility at the corner and several occasions have impacted residents' ability to see oncoming northbound traffic on North Broadway. On multiple occasions, residents have experienced near collisions with North Broadway traffic. Vehicles constantly parked in front of the fire hydrants located across the street from the establishment along North Kentucky Avenue. Vehicles being repaired, blocking homeowner access to the driveways. Unconfirmed by the writer, but one resident noticed that the occupant discharging waste products into the public drainage systems on North Kentucky Avenue on the sides of at the side of the business. I just want to note that these are all allegations as reported by the residents. This has not been founded by the department. I just want to make that very clear. On several occasions, the owner had verbal altercations with residents on the block, stating to one disabled resident, quote, "I know where your wife works and will cause problems for her if you do not stop filing complaints." On a second occasion, the owner was found to be using surveillance cameras directed at residents' homes. When challenged by the homeowner, the local police had to respond for a domestic dispute. On multiple occasions, the police had to be called for traffic issues with vehicles illegally parked, for unregistered vehicles being left on the street. The residents had witnessed the occupant conducting vehicle repairs in the street and parts and hardware left in the street, causing issues and hazards to anyone driving on North Kentucky Avenue, causing potential tire damage. Several residents have experienced flat tires due to this. The occupant has been found to swap license plates onto unregistered vehicles and move a Tennessee temporary plate to unregistered vehicles left on the street. The occupants are found to constantly leave commercial vehicles parked on North Broadway on an overnight basis, further restricting driver visibility. It has been learned by the residents that the occupant is renting out repair space to other auto mechanics on a daily basis, and that these individuals have been witnessed performing auto repairs in the street of North Kentucky Avenue. The occupant has kept multiple cars on the street for sale and running a used car sales enterprise out of the location. As shown in the attached video clips, the occupant has been operating a business long past hours and causing a noise and congestion disturbance for the residents along North Kentucky Avenue. Again, just to reiterate, those aren't founded by the department. These are all alleged by the letters in which the board can review when they have an opportunity. In summary and in closing, I want to thank you for listening to the town's side of why that notice of violation was issued. We urge the zoning board to uphold that notice of violation and enforce the fact that the original granting by this town was in fact a mercantile business, not an automotive repair business. It's morphed into an automotive repair business and therefore has lost any non-conforming aspect that exists there. That's all I have. Unless the board has any questions, I'm more than happy to try and answer to the best of my abilities. If not, I'll take a seat and let the presentations go on.
Thank you, lot of information.
So I have a question for you. I think your position is that the previous CFO did not allow for any auto, or including auto glass.
Agreed.
Okay. Is it also the town's position, and I don't know, you tell me, that if that's incorrect, if it did allow this, it's, the new owner has expanded, changed, or altered what the prior owner was doing?
Yes, again, it's the town's position that it's established as a retail facility. I want to go in, I need a mirror for my bathroom, I need a pane for my window at the house, it broke. No one's saying that they didn't order auto glass, it's very possible. But the fact of the matter is it wasn't a spot, again, where automotive repair, transmissions, brakes, and things of that nature were taking place.
No, but they did install the glass. They did install windshields.
I don't know that to be a fact.
I know that to be a
Oh,
fact.
you did, had you would?
Maybe I
Many
shouldn't
years ago.
address you on this, but Mr. Armentano said that automotive glass and ancillary repairs, and I don't know what ancillary repairs are.
I'm not quite sure either, but again, the sheer fact that the original intent of those building permit applications had no public garage listed on it, that meant to the town, and I think it's safe to interpret, that there was never an intention to do a public garage or an automotive repair facility at that site. I think it's very clear. The documents and the history speak for itself. This has morphed into something over the years. The owners got a benefit out of it just because it was never reported to the town.
So the town's position is if the prior owner was violating their use, the new owner doesn't get grandfathered.
That's correct. And you can't pass along one illegal use to another. And that's my presentation unless there's any other questions.
How long is the new owner there in that operating?
To my knowledge, I was led to believe they purchased it in October of 2024. I mean, I'll let Mr. Armentano correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that was to my knowledge.
Thank you.
I think there are some people that want to speak. Do you want to speak
I just
first?
think,
or-
with all due respect, I think if I could
Sure.
speak to the specifics that were just
Yes,
raised. I
yes,
think
and then
it
we'll
would
have
be
other
helpful.
people.
And
Yeah.
then,
Can you just give me?
of course.
How many years ago?
Yes. Mhm. Yes.
Is it your position
But I think
that the previous owner, given the CO, allowed auto glass and commercial glass?
I'm sorry. To be installed.
Yes, they were given the right, and the operative piece is auto glass. And as you heard from the chairwoman, this is auto glass also.
Got
They
it.
were selling, yes.
And is it your position, and if it's not, you tell me, that the new owner is simply gone up in volume and hasn't expanded, changed, or altered from what the pre-existing owner was doing?
From what I understand, the activities that were being taken place by the prior owner of KP, they were working on vehicles in these bays. There's actually statements in the record from the opposition which speak clearly to the fact, and they say, I can quote you if necessary, that the owner, I think his name was Kevin, who was operating KP Glass, JP Auto Glass, was fixing and working on, he said, private cars. That is a neighbor's attestation to that fact. So there has been auto work occurring on this property for decades and by the prior owner. So to answer your question, my client has continued the auto glass issue and has then done other things with the modernization of the glass replacement
Got it.
issues.
But you handed up, I think in your packet, and tell me if I'm wrong, invoices for things that your client's doing at the facility now, correct?
That is correct.
And did I read it right, that it says a transmission calibration?
That is correct. This is,
Okay.
yes, that is
Just wanted to-
correct. Yeah, no, that's correct.
Driver door panel repair,
That is associated with glass repair, correct.
ceramic coating.
It is what it says, yes.
Okay. I don't know, you tell me. Is that different, expansion or changed or altered from auto glass repair?
Here's what I'd like to, I'm not trying to be cute with the answer. The activity of auto glass is a form of auto repair. The activities of auto glass are repairing an automobile. That is auto repair.
I just.
Yeah, I'm not being
What
clear.
you said to us is.
Yes.
And I want to be clear, is there was an increase in volume, and that's why you're okay to stay under the existing use. Increase in volume, an uptick, right?
Yes, correct.
You're telling us it's not an expansion, it's not a change, and it's not an alteration.
So you didn't expand your services?
I'm sorry.
You didn't expand your services?
I think when I said ancillary, the technician, it used to be when you would replace your windshield, as we all know, the windshield goes on and comes off. It was simple. That is no longer the case these days with all of the technology.
I think we all know that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So there is a little bit more, so it's not an exact.
So you're not gonna tell me that, you're not telling us that the transmission calibration has to do with the front windshield of a car?
And I'm willing to state, these are, if the board would be inclined to find our status to be grandfathered for the activities of auto glass and ancillary work with that, not transmission, that is something I think that is appropriate for this board to find. I'm not asking for an expansion of a non-conforming use. I understand I have to live within the grandfathering
So are you
status.
saying to us then that your client is willing to do nothing other than auto glass repair? Side mirrors, those, I think that was brought up before, side mirrors, things like that, that's it? Or no, he's not? He
I want to be very careful. If we're talking about a covenant, we can definitely work with this board in terms of what level of detail. I don't want to commit to anything tonight, and just for the record, Mr. Zeig produced a volume of material that we would like to respond to. I think that would be appropriate.
I'm not
So-
asking
Yeah, I'm just saying, but I would like, to- and I can answer any questions that you may have. But in terms of considering a pathway forward, I think there's an ability for this board to find a level of grandfathering based on what was approved to allow this business to continue to operate.
But you're telling us now, though, that your client is doing work clearly beyond the scope of auto glass and commercial glass, true?
Yes, there has been work outside, so that violation we can attest to, but we're here also to seek the grandfathering status of this
I get
board.
it. I
Right, so
understand.
we may have expanded, and I can't speak for my client, but obviously the town has captured some expansion, and we are willing to contract beyond that expansion.
Okay.
If in fact he is leasing the bays to other mechanics to do work, wouldn't that be an expansion as well?
Again, and I find it, and I liked him a lot. His representation by reading the neighbors does not give them any more validity. That is a supposition by a neighbor. I can have my client speak to that. I do not believe he is leasing out space. And again, to be clear, to your specific question, leasing out a bay
For a day?
for a day is not an expansion. The use is the same, to be clear. The fact that another individual, he could lease out each bay, that does not change the use of the property. So that, the concept that I don't think it's
So if
true.
he's leasing out a bay, not to get long-winded.
Yeah.
He's leasing out a bay, the guy he's leasing it to is doing auto glass and nothing else. He's not doing the tranny calibration, he's not doing ceramic coating.
Correct, and we can live with those type of restrictions. I don't know what's happening on a day-to-day basis. I obviously can't speak to that. But to your point, the leasing does not increase the use. The volume metrics stay the same. It may not be ideal, but it doesn't change the use. It's like saying, if you can chop up a law office and there could be 16 lawyers in the same office. So, just to use an example. But, so to your point, the leasing has no bearing, nor is it been proven. And again, this is not, I know it's sworn testimony, but it's not a court of law, et cetera. Right. And just to answer one point, and I know we're gonna hear from the neighbors, and I know the evening is late, and I am hoping we'll have a continuation on this because we would like that as well. I do take some issue with respect to Mr. Zykes editorializing or supposing that he knows in 1962 what the bays were being used for. I'm not sure Tim was alive, I'm not sure he was at the site at that time, I'm sure he wasn't. So with all due respect, his supposition here is completely unfounded. His concept that he knows what's happening is just unbelievable. I cannot say that this type of operation, when you clearly know that the operator was Carney Auto Glass, and as the chairwoman speaks from her personal experience, they have done
It
work.
was KP when I did it.
Yeah, that's fine, okay, I'm sorry. But the idea here is, and as I think what's been made very clear, that there have been automobiles being serviced for glass work in this facility for decades, and it started in 1966.
Would you agree that if those prior owners should not have been doing that, you don't get grandfathered in, or you don't agree?
No, I completely understand the argument. You cannot illegally become grandfathered. I understand that, and I'm saying.
And do you agree with that?
That's the
I hear
law.
you understand it, I'm asking you.
No, that is the law. I agree with that.
Okay.
But I think we're taking it maybe a step in a different direction, because what was permitted and what the zoning code and the zoning, they do not have a special permit, therefore they cannot be a public garage. Therefore, they cannot do auto repair. I agree with that. We are not contesting that. What we are saying is that they were granted, and I disagree with the mercantile concept of the building. The work here was auto glass work, as well as the retail sale of large pieces of glass. But there clearly was a component of auto work, which was auto repairing the windshields, to be clear. And that, to me, is clearly a grandfathered use. I just want to make sure that we were. Yes.
So, right, their position is, didn't have the right in the first instance, yours is not. You don't agree with that? They're not a mercantile, they were given more than that.
Correct, and these plans, and the case law speaks very clearly. When you issue the CO, when you inspect this to say it's certified for occupancy, it has the bay doors. The town said it complies with the town code, meaning that there's a vehicle going into this garage for work, and there's case law very clearly on that point. So I think, I'm not saying we are an auto repair facility. We have the right, the grandfathered right of the auto glass repair in the bays in this facility.
That's what I thought you were saying.
Yes,
Okay. But then do you agree that you can lose that right by changing, altering, or modifying what you're doing?
No, and that's another point I wanted to raise.
Please.
Mr. Zykes was taking liberties in the legal world, which I think he should not tread in. The issue with non-conforming and grandfathering uses, and your code has very interesting issues in the non-conforming use. It does provide for, again, the pure academic non-conforming uses. You were given a permit for an operation, the zoning changes, that you can continue within that box. But there are.
But how can you lose it?
Discontinuation.
Is there any other way to lose it?
There's not under the law.
So your
Changing.
position is change, you don't lose it.
No, because your code actually.
Alteration, you don't lose it.
Your code.
I don't know if that's your position, you just tell us.
Your pure legal non-conforming rights have to be granted a legal permit and have to be continuing in operation. Some codes don't have an abandonment, but your code does. So the code and the law kind of blend. But your code actually has a very interesting section, and we may be back here for this part at another time, is that in your code section, and it's 246.4.2.5, change to other non-conforming uses. Upon an application, a non-conforming use of land, buildings, or structures may be changed to another non-conforming use by the approval of the zoning board. So your zoning code allows for flexibility in that regard. So to answer your question, there can be the ability to change And I don't think there's been such a change here that would have terminated the grandfathering status of this subject property.
So there can be some change, but there is a level of change that you agree can lose the grandfathering, or you don't?
Well, I guess you cannot intensify nonconforming use. So that type of change, I would say you cannot expand the nonconforming use. I think you're asking a different question. Can I change from this into a slaughterhouse or some other nonconforming use? Am I completely under an umbrella of grandfathering? The answer is no. But the law and your code speaks to the ability to, within reason, there are the abilities to alter non-conforming uses if they appear ancillary or it's been found to be some form of modernization, right? If you're doing something different. I mean, there's even case law that says I have a gas station, I can only have pumps on one row, and then if you consider the concept, you can have more pumps, and the law has said you can have additional
But
pumps.
glass hasn't modernized into transmissions, right?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, and I think it's a valid point. The transmission use is a violation of the zoning code. I'm not contesting that.
Okay, thank you.
So I know that, I know members of the public are here as well. I appreciate your time. And again, just for the record, we'd like to have, and I guess we will be able to receive everything from that the town submitted tonight. Yes.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation.
All right, people who want to speak, you want to come up, and you'll all be sworn in, and then one at a time, you'll be called up to speak. If you want to speak, come up now and be sworn in. Anybody who wants to speak,
Okay, so you all promise to tell the truth during your proceedings?
I do.
Great. Just your name and address when you come up to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name's Joseph Canova, C-A-N-O-V-A. I live at 184 North Kentucky Avenue, North Massapequa. And I'm here to talk in protest to the state. I'm not going to go over everything that the town went over because I appreciate the position that they're in and I support it. But I just want to, we've also done a little photo book, and I'll go over some of the history. I've been a resident of North Kentucky Avenue, which is a dead-end block running from Broadway to the Bethpage State Parkway. There were 12 houses on it. And one of the letters that you were given tonight, I helped prepare, and that's signed by 10 of the 12 residents of that block. And we are significantly concerned about the operation of the business. And it has definitely impacted life on the dead-end block. To talk about some of the history, yes. Again, I've been there since 1988. And yes, Mr. Carney, it may have been called Carney Glass or Carney Auto Glass, whatever. Those bays, and I will attest it because I was a witness to it, he used those to etch glass. He made custom etched glass for commercial residences, for St. James Church, for the firehouse, which I'm a member of. He did all of that etching. Those bays were used because he did sandblasting. We did not see cars in there. He wasn't replacing windshields. And in all of the years from 1988 till he moved out, those bays were used for sandblasting. And in the front, he sold commercial glass, replacement glass, storm doors, et cetera. When KP came in, yes, Kevin did do repair work. Kevin, the owner of KP Glass, also was an avid race car driver, and he ran his own race cars out of Riverhead Raceway. Those were the items that were repaired in his facility. Kevin did not do work for the commercial public. So yeah, there was some work done in that building, whether it was right or wrong under town code.
did repair windshields.
He replaced commercial windshields, and nowhere near to the council, nowhere near to the level. He had 2 or 3 cars at a time on his property. But at the end of every night, those cars were off the street. Those cars were on his property, if they were even left there. And the only repairs that were done were on his own race cars. He had 2 stock cars, and that's what he used in those bays to do his mechanical work on. He wasn't selling services to the public. And as you can see from the photos that we've sent, that's changed dramatically since the new owners have taken over. So I'm not going to go over all of the issues that we had, but I also was looking at your zoning codes, section 246-12, as the things to consider. And it's nice to the neighbors because, to your point, Mr. Giardino, it says that the use of the variance doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. Well, this business certainly has. It's, from the pictures you can see, there is much more congestion on the block. There's much more activity. There's much more concern for the residents trying to get in and out of the block. I'm a paramedic. Several times I have been unable to get out of my block to go to an emergency call because there was a car, a delivery truck, or a tow truck sitting in the middle of the road. And I made sure I took pictures that day. And he's got a nice mobile home there with a long tow truck in front of it. And he sat there for a good amount of time.
You say you're a dead end?
I'm the dead end. We're a dead end block. There's only 12 houses on the block. We bout up against the Bethpage Parkway. So yeah, those people on the west side, they may not have as much of an issue because they have multiple ways to get in and out of their streets. We do. We only have one way in and one way out. So yeah, it's definitely affected our quality of life. And to the fact of, yep, one of the citations, one of the first citations was the repaving of his parking area, his access to the building. Repaved right over the town streets, creating a nice gap between the existing sidewalk and now his blacktop paved area. Well, I have neighbors on the block. I'm retired, but I'm probably one of the youngest ones. I've got neighbors in their 80s and 90s that use walkers that can no longer get up and down that street.
Has that been repaired? I thought it was.
No, it has not.
Okay.
It is not.
Okay.
And it is still used at a lot of times for parking.
Okay.
And it's blocked. Even though the town did come down and put a sign up that says, don't block it. There are pictures in your package that show cars right parked under the sign, says, do not park here. So we've seen a negative impact to the area. We've seen a reduction. I personally have seen a reduction already in the Zillow home value of my estimate. Now, that reduction in the home values is probably going to result, not only for me, but for most of the residents on our dead-end block. Those reductions are inherently then going to result in reductions in our assessed valuations, and reductions in the property taxes that we pay, all as an impact to the town, which I don't want to see a reduction in my home values. I don't think the town wants to see a reduction in their tax revenue. And many of the citations in there, in section 12.352, clearly state that the impact that the board looks at is that there is no detrimental impact to the quality of life for the residents, that there is no detrimental impact to the value of the business. And I can appreciate gentlemen buying the business, but I grew up in a society. I worked for a corporation for 42 years. I was the global head of commercial for a defense manufacturing company. I ran offices in 3 countries and 5 states in the U.S. Buyer beware. You should have done your due diligence before you bought it. I bought companies. I bought billion-dollar companies over 40 years. You do your due diligence. And if I didn't, it's my responsibility. And all I can ask is the town is to bring us back to the quality of life that we've had for 37-plus years, and some of the residents that I'm going to speak tonight have been here even longer. But it's been a detriment to us, and we hope that the board, and we trust that the board will make the right call and keep the property as the way it was intended to be used. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Name and address.
Hi, good evening. Eric Anderson, 188 North Kentucky Avenue, North Massapequa. Not many here can say they were there in 1966, but I was. I was born in that house. I bought it from my parents with my wife in 1999. So I've witnessed the whole thing. And my parents stood here in 1962 fighting Ed Carney way back in the day. But since Ed was 82nd Airborne, hoorah, and he jumped at Normandy, he got away with it. So now I'm here 60 years later fighting it again. Those bays were strictly for pulling his vans in originally, and then he started to do sandblasting. He had some artists in and table saws. It was a shop, retail, warehouse facility forever. KP Glass came in and they did residential glass, shower doors, screens. I need my screen fixed. Hey, Kevin, I got this screen. Can you all that? In 2024, the building was sold, I guess, and a gentleman bought it. Gentleman, I use that term loosely because not a nice person, in my opinion. I'll leave that aside. Initially, I said I'm a disabled veteran. I have vision issues. I have trouble seeing. There's a sidewalk, and the sidewalk goes on Kentucky Avenue on the side where his business is. When he moved in, he says, I'm the new owner here. He introduced himself, James, I believe he said his name was. And I said, nice to meet you. My wife, we're walking our dog. He says, I'm going to fix the sidewalks. I'm new. I'm coming in. And my wife, oh, great. You know, it's our only access to Broadway from the street. So we were happy. Oh, he's going to fix the sidewalks. I'm going to make it nice. So we assumed that that was the case. And one day we saw trucks pull up and he paved over everything. Made the apron of the driveway, the sidewalk. I'm like, what is this? Isn't what you said you were going to do. And then I called the town. I said, I'm going to have to report you. So I reported him to the town, and I have a case number, which is pending, I believe, CE 2410-0036. And I explained to the town that, you know, I have vision issues, and I have trouble seeing, and I've had several eye operations. And that's the only way we can walk up without having to walk in the street. Seemingly uncaring and impossible to discuss. It was basically, well, that's it. And so then I've been accosted several times by the gentleman. What's your problem? And I explained, you paved over the sidewalk, my only access to the street, and you won't fix it. And that's my problem with you. And that was my only issue, and that's been my main argument. I want the sidewalk put back so we can walk to the street like a normal person. That's our only sidewalk. There is no sidewalk on the other side. And he paved over the sidewalk, paved over the apron, and basically incorporated it all as part of the street. And he does repair work in there, repair work over the storm drain. I've seen him dumping buckets of unknown substances into the storm drain. And I will swear to that. My wife is a public school teacher. He evidently had a business close to Levittown schools, and there were people there that he used to work with. So he knew where my wife worked, so he said to me, I know where your wife works, yells at me one day. So I assumed that was a threat. I called the police department. They said, well, he didn't physically threaten you. There's nothing you can do. So I've had issues on that end. It's very uncomfortable for me because he makes it like impossible, and my wife is in fear living there. He's not been a hospitable neighbor, actually on the contrary. So that's really all I like to say. He's been a very unhospitable neighbor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next person.
Patrick Walsh, 179 Kentucky Avenue, North Massapequa, New York. I'll try to be fast. It's late for all of us, and I know you're due for a break soon. Okay, okay.
Fast is worse.
Oh, okay, all right, sorry. Again, my name is Patrick Walsh. I live on Kentucky Avenue. I am also a real estate agent with Bonanno, and that's going to be relevant. That's why I bring that up. I've lived in North Massapequa my whole life. I went to Albany Avenue School just down the block. I was a volunteer fireman in North Massapequa. And when I hear tonight and I hear council speak of Dominic's and the other one is John at J&K, the difference here is that, and by the way, I feel like I know you guys because I've been studying the meetings for about a year now, well, a year's worth of meetings. Mr. Griffin, I noticed you only stood up once tonight. I know you get very restless legs and stand up. And
I have a bad back.
Lisa, I'm sorry, but I'm not good with Italian names. You're very thorough when it comes to voting, but anyway, part of the neighborhood is what comes up a lot. I hear the theme. This is not like Dominic's or J&K at all. There's a lot of cars. Last winter, I counted 22 cars because they were covered with snow. This lot is not able to have 22 cars. I tried to talk to James in the beginning. Unfortunately, I know another theme is you like neighbors to get along. I don't know if this is, this can be resolved that way. I wrote some more notes. It was fast, and I'm freezing in here. I don't know how you guys do it all the time. So it's a little gibberish. But when I hear about expanding, as you pointed out, Mr. Griffin, doing auto glass is not doing tuning mufflers on Subarus, all this stuff that you can find on the company's Instagram page. This is what they do. So to talk about the threading the needle with auto glass, we're way beyond auto glass. They might have neighbors that are supporting James, and again, I feel bad. It's a business. We want the tax revenue, of course, but doing glass is not mufflers. Enlarging, or expanding, again, it's also with the other bays. The council said other companies, other guys will come in and ask for help. I think it's a really nice way of saying that they're subleasing the bays. Again, it is difficult to get down the block. We are the dead end, so the other neighbors don't have to deal with that. When it comes to Wind and Willow, we believe that the everyday people in that building are not for what's happening there now, and that the LLC just did not want to get involved because an LLC does not want to go against another LLC. They didn't want to get involved. That's what we understand. Speaking of LLC and who lives in the neighborhood and who doesn't, it belongs to, from what we understand, JPM owners, and their address is 160 Riverside Boulevard in New York City. So I don't know if that's relevant. When it comes to prior use and all that, again, as a real estate agent, that's why I said in the beginning, I lost a deal on Wyoming Avenue because we went into contract and then we found out in inspection that there was an underground oil tank. The buyer took it out on me as it was my fault. So I know what that feels like. Unfortunately, it seems like the real estate agent for James did not do their due diligence. And as you can see here, if you guys want to see it, this is the sold report from another real estate company. I don't do commercial real estate. Suitable for industrial or mixed-use commercial purposes, currently used as a glass shop, which is available for lease, $10,000 per month. 4 bays for easy loading and unloading, suitable for showroom and warehouse purposes. I don't know if you guys want that. This also was not the only building available to him at the time. There was one in Levittown, commercial. This address was, what the heck's the address? But it says, turnkey, long-standing automotive repair with 2 lifts, room for a 3rd outdoor lift with proper permits, brand-new inspection machine available. If you guys want that. These are all of your meetings that I printed up, and again, a meeting like this I see is very rare, because it's mostly just dealing with fences and porticos and variances and neighbors. So this is, we were just doing all of our research in terms of that. And lastly, I know we all want to go home, but again, for us, it's not only just going up and down the block every day, regards to other people who don't have to deal with it and getting blocked by the trucks that are unloading cars and stuff. And I'm not going to tell you that it's every day. I'm not going to exaggerate and stuff like that. But what I will tell you as a real estate agent is, if my house is for sale and someone else's house is for sale on a different block, and there's an open house on my block on a Saturday, and they have to come down to see 22 cars, and bay doors open, and a mechanic, whether he's working or not, they're gonna leave my open house, and they're gonna go buy that other house. And at some point, my house is gonna sell for less money. And I feel bad for him, I really do. But as you see, there were other options. And then on top of that, if it wasn't legal to begin with, and I revert back to the deal that I lost,
Yeah, and I see, and I'm looking at this, what you gave me on when this was for sale. According to Mr. Zikes, at that point, it was a R17 zone. So it shouldn't have any commercial use in the area.
and again, if you know Ed Carney, it was just glass, and these guys, I got a little nervous when they mentioned sandblasting. Again, for the record, sandblasting was to, if you wanted the town of Oyster Bay on a mirror, he would sandblast the eagle, the etching. That's what sandblasting was all about, not to be confused with sandblasting paint off of cars or anything like that. Thank you very much. I feel like I know yous all. It's time for you to put the boxes away from the meetings that I've been watching.
Put your jacket on.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Yeah, we have this gentleman here.
Okay, you're supposed to be.
I'll make it quick.
You were supposed to be.
They're gonna be sworn in
course.
together.
Your name and address.
Joseph Blatz, I live at 190 North Kentucky Avenue, North Massapequa. This is my sister Fran, we live in the same house.
My name is Fran Dunning. I live at 190 North Kentucky Avenue,
You
North
can
Massapequa,
hold the mic
11758.
Oh, yeah.
11758.
Thank you.
Hi, hi. I've lived on North Kentucky areas for 50 years, and we had KP Glass, Corning Glass, and James now. And I'm right across the street by the fire hydrant, and I have all the traffic that goes down, and I never had a problem with anybody. And all of a sudden, in this past year, people in my neighborhood, which we all, I thought got along, all of a sudden, things have changed, and I feel bad. This is a place of business today, and everybody's having a hard time working. And really, it's very sad that as a community, we all can't work to maybe resolve this in a very good way, not to hurt somebody else's business. And I hope you people do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
so much.
We're all neighbors.
Okay.
I mean, person before earlier said something about good neighbor, and we are good neighbors. It's just a problem with some of the neighbors not agreeing with the business. Okay? I just personally got to know James. I don't have a problem with him, but I just retired, so I'm not in and out of the house and down the street as much as these guys are. And of course, Joe does have to make calls to the fire department, and I don't know anything about what happened that one particular day, but he's down the block from me. We're all good neighbors, and I just would like to have peace within the neighborhood. You know, if the guy can continue his business, that's great. You know, what happened prior to him getting into the business, I don't think that's his fault. You know, the way the building is or the way it was, you know? That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody have a nice holiday.
Good night. Thank you.
Got one coming up.
I know it's pronounced Chickalella.
Thank you.
Says you promise to tell the truth in these proceedings,
I
right?
do.
Your name and address.
My
sir.
name is Richard Horn, H-O-R-N. I live at 16 Dolphin Drive, Farmingdale, New York.
Thank you.
I came here to support a friend and then, of course, somebody that I do business with. All that other stuff, all that legal stuff is, you know, in your hands. It's not something I would even interject on. But my point here is after listening, and I didn't expect to hear this, but the character execution of my friend, I don't think is right. To get a point across.
That doesn't enter into our decision.
It really doesn't.
Yes, okay,
We're
so
here
to get, to
decide.
make a point and characterize his, I could never imagine him threatening a woman or a guy's wife. I could never imagine him being that person. So I think that, to the point, I appreciate that, because I think that needs to be taken into consideration if we think we're gonna character execute a person
We don't
because
consider
we
that.
don't like their business. And because we don't like certain things about it. If it's about fixing a curb, I'll pay for it myself, okay? If that's really what this is about. You wanna fix a curb, I'll fix a curb. I'll get a couple of the boys in, and they'll do the construction and take care of it. So I appreciate your time. I just don't think it was fair for me to sit there and listen to that.
Well, thank you for letting us know.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, what was your street address?
16 Dolphin Drive.
Dolphin, thank you.
My name is Peter Denias.
You have to be sworn in.
Well, I'm an attorney.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
That's quite all right.
Apologize.
No, I'm an attorney. I'm with Arnold and Porter in New York. And in the interest of full disclosure, I'm also a relative. I'm an uncle of James Denias. I'm extremely familiar with his circumstances. I visit him at great expense. It's an expensive Uber ride from Midtown Manhattan, where I live. My business address is 250
West 55th Street, New York, New York. I try to visit him 2 or 3 times a month. I was actively involved when he was purchasing this building and doing the due diligence. I was not the attorney of record. He had a closing attorney. He also had a special zoning attorney, a very prominent Long Island law firm, but not Farrell Fritz, but just as prominent as Farrell Fritz. And he spent thousands of dollars on legal fees, verifying the zoning. He may have, I'm not sure if he got bad advice or good advice. I guess we're going to find out one of these days subsequently. But he didn't walk into this situation, he did his due diligence, and he spent vast sums of money doing that due diligence. I've heard a lot of character assassination tonight. I can sit here for 5 hours picking apart the Joseph Canavo letters, but I do want to mention a few things. Number one.
Don't consider character assassination.
Yeah, I'm not gonna engage in that, but there's a few things that should be addressed, because there've been blatant dishonesty tonight. But one of the things I just wanna, and this isn't dishonesty, this may have been a mistake, when Mr. Zikes, he used the word auto body many times tonight. It's not an auto body place. There's no auto body work being done there. There's no chemicals, there's no spraying, there's no fender bending, whatever that is. It's nothing to do with that, and I just assumed that was just an error on your part. Secondly, there was an allegation by Mr. Anderson, who claims he's a disabled veteran who, with bad eyesight, and by the way, James has videos of him driving his car like in the dark, like a lot of times. He passes James's place, so I question whether or not he's a real disabled veteran. But I'm not here to assassinate. Okay, no, you're right. I'm not here to assassinate his. Okay, you could object all you want, but now I get to speak. Second.
But nobody should character assassinate.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. You spoke, now I get to speak.
Okay, just address us.
Continue.
Yeah.
Address us.
Secondly, there's been a lot of talk tonight, and there seems to be some confusion about the whole concept of auto glass work and diagnostic work. The fact of the matter is, in the 21st century, the auto glass business is a lot more complicated than it was years ago. And really, even in the last 5 to 10 years, there's been super advances in technology. I'm not an expert, but I'm not going to get into the window sensors, lane assist, and there's a lot of the auto glass business today. It's a little different from what was going on 50 years ago. It's computerized. There's a lot of diagnostic work. There was talk earlier of a transmission bill, and I want to state for the record, because I'm very familiar with that particular job. That particular job was somebody had a transmission problem. James referred the work to another neighborhood auto repair business called Main Street Motors, accompanied the client to Main Street Motors, introduced him to the owner of Main Street Motors, assisted on the repair at Main Street Motors, assisted the owner, and basically sent him a small bill for his part. The work was not done in his shop. Okay. Number two, with regard to the pouring of chemicals into the street, that's just totally not true. James has a service that picks up any liquids, that picks up liquids. He pays a monthly fee for that. Any sort of liquids that are produced, and by the way, there's virtually no liquids produced, but in order to have a DMV license, you have to have these services. And there's nothing it was never dumped in the street. If in fact there's a problem with a sidewalk, the sidewalk when he first moved in, at my suggestion, I said, James, the first thing you have to do is fix, it was crumbled, it was broken concrete, it was dangerous. And what happened was when the prior owner was moving out, he got a dumpster, and the dumpster just cracked the driveway, cracked the sidewalk. He was elderly. He had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. We did the closing. We said, you know something, don't argue with the guy, we'll fix it. And the quickest fix was, we basically took the quickest fix, which was just to pave over it and get rid of all those cracks in the dangerous condition. And then there was a violation because our people didn't get the right permit. They got the right permit, it was cured. If everybody is upset about the sidewalk, well, listen, we'll fix the sidewalk.
Address us.
I'm sorry,
Address us,
you're
right
right, you're right. We'll put concrete on the sidewalk, that's a little thing. I mean, we're willing to engage and we have very good relationships, actually, with all the people immediately around us and most of the neighbors, and we're willing to engage, sit down and say, okay, what's bothering you? What can we fix? We want to have good, we don't want to have enemies. We want to be friendly with everyone. And when I say we, I'm talking on behalf of James. I've taken an interest in this because I've seen these troubles developing. And, you know, I was the one who hired Farrell Fritz because I thought that the zoning council that he had prior to that, I'm not sure if they did a good job or bad. In retrospect, I'm wondering what kind of job they did. But the fact of the matter is,
It's a little concerning that the ad that the gentleman showed me from the real estate company listed it as commercial property when it's now R7.
Well, you know, it's interesting. The advertisement for the property from the real estate company, and I can send this to you, the advertisement from if you actually just Google 1132 North Broadway, it's called LoopNet. The old LoopNet advertisement still comes up, and it actually shows it being authorized for automotive. But we didn't take the word of a real estate broker. We went out and hired a very prominent firm, and there was also an expediter involved who visited, and we paid him real money too. And he supposedly visited the town and spoke with people, and he worked with the prominent law firm that we hired. But at the end of the day, I spoke to counsel for the prominent law firm, and I said, hey, I want you to tell me if this works, if this is, and you know, and we received, we didn't do the closing thinking we didn't have the zoning. I mean, we thought we had the zoning, and we spent a lot of money with two individuals, you know, basically coming to that conclusion. There was an allegation about swapping license plates. There's something called a transporter plate, and no, I just want to clear this up. There's something called a transporter plate, and yes, if we're going to transport a car from his place to another shop to do work that perhaps we don't know how to do or that they can do it better, what we'll do is we'll put a transporter plate on the car, and you know, and that transporter plate has its own insurance. That's how the DMV wants you to do it. They don't want you driving, they don't want James jumping in someone's car and just driving it around.
Yes.
But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, is that we're flexible. His feet are not cast in concrete. We're willing to talk. We're willing to, you know, if we need to make a few changes, we certainly can. There was another allegation about 22 cars. He'd be lucky to have half that amount of customers in any given day. If there are 22 cars on that block, there are people parking. And by the way, when I go out there, I walk up and down North Broadway, and I've introduced myself to some of the other neighbors also, because I wanted to get a feel for what was going on. There's cars parked on Kentucky that are not affiliated with James. These are just people shopping in the area. You know, North Broadway is very, very vibrant, and there's stores on both sides. You know, there's a medical building right next to him. It has a nice.
Yes, I know the medical building.
Yeah, it has a nice parking lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the area.
Yeah, and we actually got, by the way, a letter
In fact,
from
I'm
the.
gonna pass it on my way home tonight.
Okay, well, we actually got a letter from Dr. Mack, the owner of that medical building, in support. And he actually even mentioned to James earlier that, you know, he says, right now, James has 10 very tiny little parking spaces behind his building that abut the medical building. And Dr. Mack said, you know, you have the first 2 feet or 3 feet of these spaces. I don't mind selling you the next 10 feet so you could have additional parking. But there's solutions here, and I just want to leave, I want to basically leave hold on a second. There is one thing I do want to mention. It disturbed me very much. I'm not engaging in character assassination, but there was an allegation that,
Generally, when someone starts with that,
yeah, I know, but let me just mention this. This is something very important. There was mention of a police report or people calling the police. It was actually James on one occasion when he felt threatened by, I'm not going to say the person's name, but he's sitting here. He was the one who instigated he was the one who dialed the police and asked for police intervention. It wasn't the other way around. He's a gentle giant. He doesn't have that persona. He doesn't have that personality. His mother's sitting right behind him. It's not like, that's not his personality. He would never make a threat to anybody.
we're not gonna make a determination.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know
Because
that.
even Mr. Zikes said, when he read some of the allegations, he said that they hadn't been.
They're allegations.
investigated, you know,
Yeah,
because
and
it's-
one of the other things I want to mention is that we submitted letters by the neighbors also.
Yes.
Yes,
And
Yes.
we have them.
yeah, one of the neighbors, you'll see a submission by us, and then you'll see his name on one of their documents, and we were like, hey, what's going on over here? You signed our letter, and then
People, unfortunately, with petitions.
well, the
sometimes they just
signatures look,
sign things.
it's been pointed out that the signatures look very different, so there's some weirdness going on.
All right, let's not, nope.
Well, they asked me, we're not gonna go there, we're not gonna go there.
Enough.
Okay, you could object all you want, but we're not gonna go there.
Enough, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think we've finished our initial presentation. We do appreciate your indulgences, and I guess you'll give us another date, certain tonight, or will be, because I believe we asked for,
No date for,
Probably close the public hearing.
We're gonna close the public hearing.
You're welcome to view.
no, we would like to respond, because as the applicant, we have the right to respond.
Oh, you
This,
can do that
In
now.
writing. In writing.
You mean in writing, or what are you talking about?
well, if you want to close the public hearing, that's fine. I like it left open for written comments
We will
on.
reserve
Oh, that
on
we can
this.
do,
Yes, open for
absolutely.
We'll reserve on it.
Absolutely. We'll
Okay,
reserve
that's fine. I
it.
just want to make sure
Put
that
on
we get a
reserve,
chance to.
absolutely.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. I wouldn't want to do this again.
Open for written submissions,
So
okay?
Yes,
Sue, do we have a
absolutely.
timeframe?
That's
Do we have a
perfect.
timeframe on written submission, so he knows how long he has to get it in?
It's two,
Two
we give
weeks.
2 weeks.
Is that-
Christmas is
that's
coming.
How much?
I mean, I
30 days?
haven't seen
Our
much of
attorney is
this.
suggesting 30 days.
What is 30
Is
days?
that, what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, if I could just, so I'm going to,
the next meeting's the 18th. Can you have it?
Do you need more time?
I would prefer a little more time. I have not
That's
seen much
fine.
of that. That's right.
The next meeting after that is January 4th, 7th, or it's the Thursday.
That's
in
perfect.
January.
That'll work for me.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, get it in before that.
Of course.
Let's say January 4th.
Yes, thank you.
so much. Thank you.
Board members, real quick, I'd also like to thank you tonight, and thank you for the civil discourse that we had. Just want to make a notation that we may supplement our submission to the board tonight, since you'll keep the record open. And as a courtesy, we will copy Mr. Armentano's office, so he has an opportunity to respond as well.
Thank you.
And vice versa, which will be fine. And we appreciate it. We hope you uphold the town's position.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have correspondence.
Correspondence, I have 3 letters that were submitted, but those were given to you by Mr. Zeig as exhibits.
Right.
They come to my office. I had also want to note that Mr. Armentano, I had sent them to him also, the letters that I had received, so he had an opportunity to see them. Right, Mr. Armentano?
correct.
Those are the ones that I sent to you. And Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination.
Motion?
Decision.
Decision, okay. And we will
It'll be held on
open it.
reserve.
Thank you very much.
Okay, on reserve.
For written submission, but you will have to come back. We have to vote.
And I also. Let's start, hearing one, is Holly's there, right? I can't see what, okay, hi. Appeal 2599, Ernest Lebo.
Deck's been there since 96, neighbor consents, yes.
Okay, you wanna move it?
Yep.
Okay, and who'll second?
I'll second.
Okay, Kathy will second. Okay, all in favor, aye. Any opposed? Okay. Hearing two, appeal, do you need me, Holly, to give the appeal number?
No, I
Okay, just hearing two in the name. Okay, hearing two, Melgorsada Debak.
They have
That
room, but,
seemed okay. Did you have a problem with that, anybody?
I mean, they have the room. I mean, the guy was good enough to give us the thing showing that they could put it in
Okay,
compliance.
I'll move that, who
I'll
wants?
second.
Okay,
second
Lisa-
it.
What are you
Lisa
doing?
said first.
Lisa.
I moved it, Lisa seconded,
I
she'd be,
second.
blow out by a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Hearing three, which will be heard also with holdover number, let me see it, we'll get it in a minute.
Hold over number two.
Holdover number two,
With the blind
is Ricky
So
Demiricus.
this is a hardship.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
move it.
Okay, Kathy's gonna move it, I'll second it. Okay,
And that's on both, right?
that's on both, right. Okay. Hearing, four,
They've agreed to widen the driveway, right, Lois?
they agreed to widen the
And get rid of
driveway.
And remove one of the
And-
sheds.
I'll move this.
Yeah, they said they're gonna give you a revised site plan?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move it, Lois.
Okay, Kathy will move it, who wants to second it, Flo? Okay.
Flo, get Flo on.
Yeah.
Was that Brian or Flo?
I gotta
That
give it
was
to
Flo.
Flo. He doesn't.
Flo, all right.
He hasn't had a chance yet.
He's not
Wrestled
gonna
you
pay.
down.
Okay. Hearing five, which will be held in conjunction with hearing six, the Satinda Car at,
This was going on
and that's,
We put
that's
this on
reserved.
Yeah, they don't have proper
Yeah, they
documentation.
Right.
don't have the correct ID.
Yeah, okay, that's a reserve.
How does the fact now, if she's not a US citizen and is not living here, how,
Well, I think we may decide to put it on reserve, we may decide to deny the third bedroom at that point, you know.
Yeah, you could deny
Yeah.
the
The
third
bedroom, which is more, yeah,
Take the
yeah,
closet
she,
out,
you know,
right?
let her use,
He testified that he wants a third bedroom for her.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't
No.
split the baby.
right,
No,
right,
yeah.
right,
Yep.
right, right.
It's one way or the other. That's why I jumped in.
Good job.
yeah, okay. Hearing seven, Joseph Galato,
I'll move this.
Kathy,
I'll
okay,
second.
and Lisa. Hearing eight, Audrey Valani, anybody have?
Basement entrance they're getting rid of, is that what it's? what they're doing?
The Beth Page one.
Beth Page one,
Thomas
you
Avenue.
okay with
Was
that?
the one with the, yeah. I'll move it.
Okay, Lisa's gonna move it, who wants to second?
Second,
Flo, all in favor?
aye.
Okay. John Wicked the third, on hearing nine.
So they have 8 letters of consent from
Yeah.
neighbors. I'll move it.
Okay, Kathy, second, anybody?
I'll
Brian.
second.
Brian, okay. Okay, hearing 10 was postponed.
Yep,
Hearing 11,
that's when we did that all.
That was-
5 bedrooms, 4.5 beds.
yeah,
This is big.
I don't like this,
Totally 4 bedrooms. I
Really?
know.
I mean, they
It's
gotta
big.
do something.
yeah.
So
1, 2,
what is it? So they
The
have,
house is already big.
Try to scale it down.
can you ask him to scale it down?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Put on reserve,
we'll put
scale
on
down.
reserve, scale down, yeah.
Got it.
okay.
Hearing 12, Kowat Diol, there was,
Yeah, that,
I have a note on-
I'll look to move that.
okay,
Flo?
Flo, who wants this, I'll second it. 13, David Isla,
That's the one for
So
two
this,
That's
years.
the
this
one with
is
the-
one here, right? You know, the three-piece bathroom, the storage room, the laundry room.
it's, yes, that was the one, yeah. Now, we told her they have to remove
This is the
the
second
laundry
laundry
room.
room.
Well, yes, remember we
Wow.
told her?
Yes.
You know, and
She
she said
said
she
we
would okay,
conditioned
she'll
that.
remove that?
Yeah.
So how do you feel if if they remove the laundry room?
You know, I almost think that We should go out and look at it. It's
Okay.
interesting. You can see, it looks like you could see, there's a lot of bushes, but it's only a 4-foot fence. And it's a corner lot. It might
Set
just,
up of an inspection. I could
That
tell
would be
them
great. I
if
think
you
that
wanted
would be
to
good.
Set up an inspection and go in.
yeah,
Let's put that on reserve, yeah.
yeah. I just think,
Observed inspection.
yeah, I think,
Because, if she removes the, wash,
yeah.
the washer and dryer, how
Yeah.
hard is it to put it
They
back
put it
in?
right back in.
Yeah,
That's what I mean, yeah.
exactly.
Okay, yeah, I'll set up for an inspection, I'll have
Okay.
them set up an inspection.
C and B Realty, I think that was a good one. I thought that's a really good one. I'll move that. And, who would like to second it?
I'll second.
Blow, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing 15, Ellie and Regita Yassin.
Nice couple. I'll move it.
Who's moving it?
I'll move it.
Brian, okay.
I'll second.
Okay, Lisa?
And they're gonna trim well, we don't put that in there, but they'll take
No,
care of it.
no.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
nothing you can do,
No,
but
no,
I
got it.
think they're
And
gonna
those
do
trees,
it.
by the way, they can put them on the outside of the fence no matter what.
Yeah, they
So
can. We
do
can't
anything
really
about it
stop,
anyway.
yeah, I know. Okay, hearing 16, Zinda Ho at, how,
Withdrew, yes.
Yeah.
right,
Took out the door.
okay. So, anybody wanna move it?
I'll move it.
Okay, Flo, anybody want a second? I'll second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. 17, Kwazan Wang. I'll move that. That was very simple.
I'll second.
Kathy, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 18, John Riley.
An extension on the back, the only difference was the roof
Roof
pitch.
pitch, yeah.
Yeah, just at the back.
That's fine.
I'll
That's
move
fine.
it.
Flo and Lisa, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Holdover 1, JPM owners.
On reserve.
That's on reserve. Hopefully they can come up with something,
Hold over to the already voted.
right? Holdover 3, Perfland Properties. That's Dumber Bodies, yes.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Okay, Flo, who wants to second?
Sorry,
Okay, Brian.
sorry about that.
Brian, are we keeping you up, Brian?
A yawning
I feel the
second, can you
same
put
way.
yawning second on there, please?
Okay. Holdover 4, Latchmine Metal.
So,
Then we're gonna go and talk.
on reserve and let,
Yeah.
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 Let's do
I
that.
got,
Come up with?
yeah, but
Yeah.
it is outside the character. If you look at that neighborhood, there's dividers between all those driveways.
Really? Okay. yeah.
Just
Yeah.
put a
Then
little
they
something
should,
in.
yeah, okay.
You don't gotta butt it that close.
Got it.
The guy, I think they can achieve what they want
Right.
and get in what
Probably.
they want.
And we're gonna pass it.
And then we'll
Okay.
pass it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
I agree.
This is reserve decision.
Oh.
You're chilling, meat in the back, oh,
I think they are.
freezing.
The first reserve
I'm so
decision is
comfortable.
25. What?
I'm so comfortable. Everybody else is saying it's
Yeah, I'm
cold.
okay, too.
Yeah, I'm fine.
What do we got? I'm sorry.
25-312 Sony Varghese, which is 10 California Street, Hicksville. You guys didn't like the roof pitch, and they removed the roof pitch to comply.
Okay,
Beautiful.
so, okay. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Kathy,
Opposed? Nobody? Okay, and
you. The second one,
it's
the
together with,
GFA, he asked to get the GFA recalculated, he felt that it would be a better application.
Yeah.
And he was correct. The zoner had included the entire basement.
Oh.
Half of the, big part of the basement
Oh, I
was
remember
crawl
that,
space,
yeah.
So it was reduced down, the new number, there are two of them together.
Yeah.
These two, the new number is in bold, so it
Okay.
went from 47 down to 44, where 3850 was required.
anybody want to move that?
I'll move it.
Flo, second?
And that's on both, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Second, anybody? I'll second, okay.
Low and lowest, low and lowest, and then just two names for the parent-child inspection calendar, please.
Okay, Kathy and Lisa.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next. Now, next meeting, where do
See
we,
you
it's
with,
Northman's at 4:40?
440.
Okay.
So we pay them, right? We don't, okay. No one's gotta lay out, right?
Just one my card. You want half the whole thing?
Good night, good night.
Okay, just one my card.
Good night, Michael.
See ya.
How's Christmas coming along in your house?
You want some money, Sue? No. Okay. Right, restaurant. Okay, let's pay at the restaurant. Okay.